Oh, okay.
Wendy, you're good. All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for your willingness to wait a little bit. There was an accident nearby, so members needed a chance to get here. I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting, our special call of January 14th to order. Mr. Deputy Clerk, can you please take a roll call?
Chaplain. Chavez.
Here.
Covert.
Here.
Desart.
Here.
DeCiani.
Here.
Eckhoff. Garcia.
Here.
Hart. Krajewski.
Here.
LaPlante. Ozog. Pachowski.
Here.
Renahan. Rutledge. Schwarzy. Selman.
Here.
Tornatori. And Zay.
All right, thank you, everyone. There has been a request to allow remote participation from the following members. Chairman Cronin, Member DeCiani, Member Desart, Member Pacholski, and Member Krajewski under Section 7A of the Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Section 7A of OMA, if a quorum of the members of the public body is physically present as required by Section 2.01, the majority of the public body may allow a member of that body to attend the meeting by other means if the member is prevented from physically attending because of 1, personal illness or disability, 2, employment purposes or business of the public body, or 3, a family or other emergency. So is there a motion and a second to allow these 5 members?
Second.
Do we don't need a roll call. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, welcome. And then Chairman Cronin's going to take over from here.
Thank you, Member Selman. A fine job at opening up our meeting. I would like to call on Member Sam Tornatori, if I may, please, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Member Tornatori. I don't believe we have an invocator, so I guess I can just ask for divine help for us to be good public servants today and every day. With that, I will call on our Deputy Clerk to do the roll call. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to do a second roll call or the one that we did before the remote participation? Is that sufficient?
Oh, forgive me. Okay, yeah, I didn't hear that part. I missed that part. Okay, I think, no, we've done it, and we got the permission with leave of the body to participate remotely. So great. There is no chairman's report today. I know you're very sad about that. And so we'll move right into the public comment. I'm going to call on Adam, Adam Johnson, our deputy clerk, to read the in-person. There are folks there seeking recognition to offer public comment. I understand there's about 10 or so. I'm also informed that Nick Alfonso is there, and he will be keeping time according to. And then there's 3 online commenters, and Evan Shields will be reading those into the record as well. According to our county board rules, members of the public, citizens shall be afforded time to address the board. Individual remarks shall not exceed 3 minutes in length, nor shall the total time provided for all remarks exceed 30 minutes. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, our deputy clerk, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first public speaker is Michael Childress of the NAACP in Bloomingdale.
Good morning. I want to thank the county board for allowing me to speak today. I took the time to review the finance committee meeting from Tuesday, and I want to begin by commending member Sam Tornatori. He began with the statement, "I don't blame the clerk or the election division." He pointed out the legislation was thrust upon the county board. He even criticized himself for not being on top of it. I call that ownership and being a stand-up guy and being one of the adults in the room. I also want to commend Brian Krajewski for stating he reached out to the clerk with questions. He also stated that he knew the clerk had been working on it for 60 days. That would be back in November 15th to be exact. So that brings up the question, why is the rest of the board shocked? This board, both party chairs as well as the township chairs, had 60 days to give their inputs to the election division. Since all politics are local, the election division job number 1 is free, fair, and open and accurate elections. Nothing can take a back seat to that. The clerk's office used the 60 days to do the heavy lifting and drawing the board maps for the county board to review. To repeat what Adam Johnson said, we had 60 days to draw the map that would pass legislative muster. He also stated the 60 days, the board had 60 days to voice their policy preferences for any maps to be drawn. Didn't get any. The state's attorney pointed out that McHenry County and Kane County met in December and sent their maps back to their clerks in their election division. Now, both party chairs are elected by the PCs. So it seems like the party chairs should show more interest in serving their PCs. The fact that the clerk's office had to do all the sausage making for the county board and then have certain members say they had no input, I think is a bit out of bounds. By their own words, again, Brian Brzezinski knew about it, said he reached out to the clerk's office with questions. Member Chaplin read the legislation and it stated that it is the county board's job to draw the maps. Again, the clerk's office did the heavy lifting for the board and is now, I don't understand why everybody is shocked. At the NAACP, whenever there's election questions, we reach out to the county clerk. And the county clerk has never failed to respond to the NAACP in a timely manner.
3 minutes have elapsed. Please wrap up.
Member Garcia eloquently pointed out yesterday when I was reading Tuesday that this is bigger than the precinct. This is about the voters of DuPage County. I don't think it's too much for the election board to communicate their wishes to the elections division on something that's important. We can't be figuring out how to score political points. This is something we have to get right, and anything less is unacceptable. Thank you.
Next, we have Gautam Bhatia, I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly, from the Naperville Township Democrats in Aurora, Illinois.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak here this morning. My comments related to the county and the township maps. I want to recognize our members, Covert and Chavez, for helping work through that for Naperville Township. And I feel that some of the other townships haven't had exactly the same, perhaps maybe the same attention or results, while Naperville Township is quite, happy wouldn't be the best word, but close to it. We're satisfied with the results of the heavy lifting that the county clerk's office has done, and whoever's worked through the process. Many I probably don't know by name, but I wish that we can have one more week to settle everything that all the other townships need to resolve all the issues. So that's my comment. And I think as we vote today, just keep a couple words in mind that it's really one community, right? And it's one nation under God. So thank you.
Holly Hootman of the Lyle Township Democratic Organization and the City of Naperville.
Hi, many of you know me from the times I've come here to fight about the rights for voters in DuPage County. First and foremost, I want to thank Ashley and I want to thank Sadia for working on what I always start out my speech with. I would like to see this board comply with the ADA. I would like to see closed captioning or sign language here for people who are hearing impaired. I have asked that every time that I've come here in the last couple of years, and I will continue to ask that until I see it on the television. And I want to thank those two board members for their work on this project with me. Next, I haven't been here in 2 years because I have health issues and I can't come outside of my own home because of COVID. But I'm here today because I am an elected PC for Lyle Township Democrats. I'm very proud of that. And I know you all know that I'm very proud of that. We were never given an opportunity as elected officials on the ballot to even see our precincts. My precincts go over 3 expressways. I don't even know how to get to the one that's on the other side of the 88. I have an issue with the Forest Preserve maps and the DuPage County Board maps because now I have District 5 and District 2 for forest preserves in my precinct. We are in an unprecedented election cycle where I have to go out and get my petitions in the freezing cold and get your petitions as well. And you have left me not knowing, not able to get my petitions. I am absolutely just floored at the county clerk. You did not allow any of the stakeholders to look at this before this happened. These maps were not known for 60 days, not to the Democratic Party, not to the Republican Party. They were known by the few people in the Democratic Party leadership. That's who knew about it. This wasn't done in a bipartisan way. This wasn't done in respect to this board or to the PCs. I know you would never expect to see Holly stick up for a Republican PC, but I respect them. I respect the work that they do. And now you want me to go out and get you all reelected? Are you kidding me? I recruit PCs. I've been recruiting PCs for the Democratic Party of DuPage for 5 years. I've also recruited PCs for the Republican Party, FYI, because I believe that's how democracy works. You gave us no seat at the table. We are elected officials. We deserve that respect. I am not fighting for Lyle Township. You want to know why? Because we won't lose volunteers being consolidated. This isn't just a map. You're consolidating people. You're consolidating elected people.
3 minutes have elapsed. Please wrap
Our
up your
entire
comment.
party structure is based on what I do. So you think long and hard when you take this vote today, because you know Holly Hootman's going to hold each and every one of you accountable.
Diane Hewitt of Lyle Township and the Lyle Township Democratic Organization, and Lyle.
Thank you. Thank you for asking for our input at this moment. I am hoping that you all think about the process that has happened. You know, I think the biggest issue is that I'm asked to look at the big picture. We're all, as a country, stuck in a situation where we're all remapping. We're remapping late because of Donald Trump. He's delayed everyone into doing this at the last moment. And then every single layer of the cake has been problematic. I mean, I have to look at the township of Lyle. And we've been, from a state perspective, there is a lot to be added for input for how those congressional maps were drawn in the 6th district. From a variety of other equity perspectives, there's a lot to be desired in the end. But right now, you all have a choice as to the finishing of that layer cake. Here's where I'm at, is I care about data. Until Lyle Township was consolidated at the highest rate, we were consolidated at 39.53%. Our proposed amount of voters per precinct went from 647 to 1,070. We're asked to do the most work at 65.38%. There's other townships that have to do 27.7% more increased work, that are consolidated at 21%, at nearly half the rate of what we were consolidated at. This wasn't equitable from a Republican or a Democratic perspective. I just spoke with the chair of the Lyle Township Republican Organization, and we both 100% agree that the process that the clerk used was flawed, that it didn't give either of us time for input or the time that we could have made to make the changes. If we had 2 hours in a room together with the clerk's mapping service, we could have made the changes, but we weren't given that 2 hours. I hope that we fix the process in the future, and these maps are incredibly flawed and inequitable for the entire county. Thank you.
Claire Goldenberg of the Lyle Township Democratic Organization, and also Lyle.
Thank you. Claire Goldenberg. Today I'm speaking to you as the Vice Chair of Lyle Township, and I would ask that you vote no on these maps again. I have heard, I don't know if this is true, that if you do vote no on these maps, then the PC maps stay the same as they were until 2023. I don't know if that's true or not. I do hope it is. I think that that would be our best option for the entire county. Passing flawed maps does not benefit anybody in the Republican or the Democratic Party. Rushing through your work does not benefit anybody in the county and does not help anyone get elected. As vice chair of a political organization, it is my job to do the work to help get political people elected. And that is what I try to do, and that is what I'll intend to do in the future. But we have to have good data. And the data you have provided us is terrible. And I am speaking to you as the vice chair of Lyle Township Democratic Party, but it is for the entire county that you have to do this work and you have to do it right. Rushing through a process from Tuesday until Friday and fixing 2 or 3 problems is not a solution. And so I highly encourage you to vote no on these maps. They're still terrible, and what the clerk did is a disservice to everybody in this room and everybody of the over 1 million people in this county. Please vote no on these maps.
Carol Jean Davis of Downers Grove.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Jean Davis, and I am a resident of Downers Grove in DuPage County. So often, we don't take the time to thank people. And today, I want to thank the staff of the Election Division for all their hard work these past years, during a pandemic, no less. Do people realize how hard their jobs have been? How much of their personal time they've had to sacrifice to serve the voters and the candidates of DuPage County. Events like the ongoing recount and now redistricting have affected staff's ability to have normal holidays for the past 2 years. I want people to think about that. As for recounts, do you know that one recount from the 2020 election is still unresolved? That there have been continuing procedures and hearings that require scrupulous preparation on behalf of the county staff? There is a hearing this past Monday, and there will be another one this coming Tuesday. I know this because I try to observe anything related to elections in DuPage County. And for the past 2 holiday seasons, activities surrounding the recount, redistricting, and election equipment have slammed right up against all of the major holidays, starting with Thanksgiving of 2020. It's not fun, but we show up month after month, and we will continue to do so until things are worked out, because that's what people who care about their communities do. We show up, we do the work, all of us together. So as we go about our work this morning, I want us to keep the staff of the election division in mind when making comments or casting a vote. The staff worked on those maps, a bipartisan and hardworking staff, a staff that every time I have asked questions over these past 2 years have responded in a timely and professional manner, a staff that represents both political parties. In light of the unhappiness with the precinct maps, I want to point out that as it was explained to me, the staff had to follow state-mandated parameters to distill 600 precincts from over 900. Correct my math, but that looks like a 30% reduction, all while trying to get precincts to contain 1,200 people, stay in the same county board district, the same congressional district, and the same state senate district. The head reels at the complexity. Do you really think that everyone can be made happy with those requirements? Furthermore, the mandate came down in mid-November and gave the staff in the clerk's office 60 days to complete this massive project, all while doing their regular tasks, including dealing with the recount and the acquisition of new election equipment. So I want to thank the workers in the
3
election
minutes have
division.
elapsed. Please finish your comment.
And I think we should all thank them and hope that the board can move forward on this issue today. Thank you.
Barbara Lymans of West Chicago.
Good morning. I'd like to agree with Ms. Davis and Mr. Childress, who commended those on the county board who made nonpartisan remarks regarding the maps and the process. What I was disappointed by were that some county board members during the meeting of the January 11th Finance Committee advocate that the addresses of precinct committeemen who work to elect them be considered when creating new legislatively mandated precincts. Partisan politics should have no place in the creation of precinct boundaries. Despite the passion you have heard today, your only concern regarding precinct maps should be, did the county staff create as practical each precinct situated within a single congressional, legislative, and representative district, and in not more than one county board district and one municipal ward as indicated in the legislation. The legislation is also clear that each district shall be composed of contiguous territory in as compact form as can be for the convenience of the electors voting therein. Precincts are for the convenience of the voters, not for the elected political party representatives. The call for elected precinct committeemen to be considered in the precinct remapping process is in direct contrast to the discussions of the redistricting committee. I attended where it was emphasized and frequently stated that addresses of elected officials were not to be under consideration. Equally concerning were the demands for input regarding the proposed precinct map on the January 11th county staff. County staff was given a mere 60 days to complete new precinct maps for the county after the 11/15 passage of the legislation. Yet the congressional maps required to be considered were not even signed into existence until November 24th by the governor. It took the county board 8 months to hire outside legal and map consultants to approve 6 new county board districts, while county staff has had less than 60 days that included 3 major holidays to create 607 new precincts from the current 930. I encourage you and implore you not to delay. The legislation clearly says in counties having a population of 3 million inhabitants or over, the county board shall divide its election precincts and shall fix established places for holding elections as hereinbefore provided during the month of January instead of its regular meeting in June or July. If you are compelled to place blame, you should be placing blame on the state legislators. They are the ones who set up the current guidelines and timelines. I am thoroughly disappointed that there are county board members who want to pass a political precinct map that protects the people that work for their
3
election
minutes has elapsed. Please
rather
finish your
than
comment.
consider what will cause less confusion and work best for the voters for which precincts are established. Thank you.
Terrell Barnes of the Democratic Party of DuPage County and Roselle.
All right. I'd like to thank the board for this early meeting. Having out here. I'd like to echo the prior remarks. Thank you. I'd like to echo the prior remarks made prior. This map may not be ideal to some, we want to, as a party, show our support for Gene and for those who helped put this map together and really drove this process, and the workers in the election commission. It's hard work. Right now, as a practical matter, we have 8 weeks to canvass to try to get candidates onto the ballot, and right now, each week that goes by, we're wasting 13% of the time. So the maps are the maps of a state mandated 30% reduction. They saw the best way forward, and this is the position of the party that Gene Kazmierek and the election division did, made the best of a bad situation. There was a reduction that had to take place, and November 15th it was passed, and what we have is in front of us. We have to work with, pretty much. Have a great one.
Daniel Hebriard of Woodridge.
Good morning. I want to thank you all. Obviously, you are public servants, just like myself, and I think public service is one of the best things to reach and aspire to. And we are public servants for our community here in DuPage, and we're talking about a public servant and the process. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson, just in case you don't know. But that person got into public service well before getting elected. Got into public service to right some wrongs from this county board. Passing political contracts for elections, making sure that DuPage was a laughingstock in 2018 when we had paper that didn't work with our machines, that broke machines, that ended up with us having the oldest machines in the state, not having results for our U.S. representatives till the day after. Now that individual started in public service and then became an elected public servant. And as an elected public servant, has run extremely fair and open and free elections for this community through a pandemic, making sure that everyone had their voices heard. So I don't think there's anything better than the work that's been done by that clerk's office when it got combined with the elections office over these last few cycles to make sure everyone got a vote. Now we see a map in front of you this week, and yes, I will echo some other statements. I didn't trust you to do one map for 6 different districts. When you cut out the forest reserve completely and 6 elected officials got no voice in the process. You've had 60 days to reach out to the clerk's office. If you have anyone to blame for not having a voice, maybe you should look in the mirror. Public service is about representing everybody in DuPage. It's about representing your constituents on both sides of the aisle. Partisan politics has no place in making these maps. These maps were made fairly and to the law, and you should follow it as mandated by the state, as the clerk's office has, and pass these maps, as good public servants should. Thank you.
Becky Simon of the League of Women Voters of Naperville and the City of Naperville.
Good morning. I'm Becky Simon with the League of Women Voters of Naperville. League of Women Voters of Naperville is a nonpartisan political organization. We do not support or oppose political parties, political candidates, or precinct committeemen. We support voters and democracy. I was shocked by comments made at the last Finance Committee meeting. League of Women Voters' philosophy is that voters should select their elected representatives, not the other way around. Simply put, elected representatives should not select their voters. Precinct maps should be geographically contiguous and drawn for the convenience of the voter, not for the convenience of a particular political party or precinct committeeman. As far as I can tell, there is no legal or policy requirement to take a precinct committeeman's address into account when drawing precinct lines. The proposed precinct maps meet state legislative requirements and were drawn in a nonpartisan manner. DuPage election staff did an exemplary job of meeting the requirements in a very short period of time, punctuated by 3 major holidays and the ongoing pandemic. The League of Women Voters' official policy on drawing political maps says that maps should not be drawn to, quote, protect incumbents through such devices as considering an incumbent's address, end quote. That would include taking into consideration an incumbent precinct committeeman's address. Thank you.
That concludes the in-person public comment.
Morning, everyone. First online comment is from Sandra Pattinson. Subject is PC redistricting vote. Comment reads, I strongly suggest that Paula Garcia and any other board member whose redistricting caused 2 elected PCs to reside in the new district recuse themselves. Specifically, the district lines for precinct 10 and 15 will cause Claire Goldenberg to be in District 15 and Paula Garcia is the elected PC in District 15. Claire Goldenberg will be forced to resign from the LTDO board as vice chair and give up her productive precinct. That is the end of that comment. The next comment is a duplicate of the previous comment. And the last comment is from Eric Willoughby. Subject is my grievances against Jim Zay. Comment reads, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to take a moment and express my grievances against Jim Zay, a member from DuPage County's 6th County Board District. During the duration of the pandemic, Jim Zay has shown a disinterest in listening to facts. Rather, he has chosen to propagate lies and conspiracy theories in an attempt to block mask mandates and mask requirements in schools. He appears to subscribe to the conspiracy theory that COVID-19 is a hoax and masks can do little to stop it. Well, let me tell you, members A, COVID-19 is real and masks work. That's what the experts say. That's what the science says. Members, you know it's a dark day in DuPage County when young children and teenagers show more interest in putting an end to the deadly virus spreading throughout our community than elected leaders like Jim Zay. Even though we are young people at a lower risk of infection, we suck it up and put on a mask because that's what people who care do. People who care about this community mask up and don't cast doubt on the science. People who care do whatever it takes to protect those around them, something Member Zay clearly isn't familiar with. If Member Zay really cared, he would see the writing on the wall and stop challenging these mask mandates. It's almost as if he doesn't know that dozens of people in this building have recently been infected by this dangerous virus. It's clear that he doesn't care. Member Zay, young people are fed up with your nonsense. Now here's a reminder to the snarky comment, bad attitude back row. In 2 years, 4 months, and 3 days, or roughly 20,496 hours, I will turn 18 years old. 18 years is the age requirement for running for DuPage County Board. So fellas, watch out for your seats. Try taking more interest in the health, safety, and well-being of your constituents than conspiracy theories. Do this so that young people like me don't have to feel the need to take the helm, because right now we're all itching to get our turn. Thank you for your time, and Jim Zay, do better. That is the end of the online public comment.
Okay, using names like that in public, Member Zay, seeking recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of personal privilege. I really don't know where that comment from. I guess it's political season and I'm an easy target. This is the second meeting in a row. But I don't know at any time that I've sat on this board floor and advocated against masks, against COVID, against anything else. I'm fully vaccinated. I have my booster. My wife does. My son, who's 21, just got his booster. He's fully vaccinated. My 17-year-old son, who is a senior at Glenbard North, is fully vaccinated. And I applaud. I will do anything if he has to wear a mask all day in school so he can attend school in person. That's what he needs to do. So I don't know where these comments are coming from this young man. If you remember right, in the December 14th meeting, he was here and talked about us doing invocation before the meeting. I think Member Chaplin knows this young man because here's our Facebook post from October 29th of this year with Mr. Willoughby. And if anybody can see this, there's one thing in this picture that Mr. Willoughby is lacking, that would be a mask. So I know that he's only 15, and I applaud him for wanting to get involved in politics. But again, we can't be hypocritical. I've never made any statement like that in public or on Facebook or anything else. Yes, COVID is real. Everybody knows I lost my mother-in-law last year, which one of the causes of death was COVID-19. So yes, I know it's real. We've lost a close family member. So these comments are outrageous. And again, it calls into question our public comments that come in online that, again, people can just say whatever they want, has nothing to do with what's going on at the board meeting, and can make these. And I know we're in the political season, and I'm an easy target, but it's going to start going after the rest of the board members. So at some point we got to look at, I've got no problem, elected official, I signed up for it, but when people make totally false and outrageous comments, they need to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zay. That concludes our public comment. We move on to the next order of business, Finance. Member Chaplin.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman. Hold on, I have to find my agenda. Oh, here it is. Hang on, sorry. Okay, thank you, Chairman. I move approval of FIO 0000722, ordinance establishing the boundaries of the county election precincts.
Okay, there's been a motion. Is there a second? Member Ozog, I see, seconding the motion. Is there discussion? Certainly there's got to be discussion here. Who's seeking recognition? Can I see a hand there? We have...
Member Zay is seeking recognition.
Member Zay, please proceed, sir.
Member Chaplin and Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, a lot's been said, and I want to thank everybody for coming and speaking today. I mean, that's part of the process, hearing from people. My question is, if this is a pretty big issue and we see that it's had a lot of people, where's the clerk? I think this issue is big enough where our county clerk should be here to answer. And all due respect to Mr. Johnson, you're the deputy clerk, you're not an elected official. This is policy questions that the clerk has set up. And I'm going to tell you, at no time has, I think, anybody on this board has said anything negative about you or your staff or anything. It's about policy and what happened and how this went through. We appreciate all the business or all the work that the Election Commission does. We know the legislation, and yes, the legislation was poor. And the only reason we are discussing this is because this legislation, we brought up the other day, has county board about 60 times in the legislation. I mean, they're highlighted here. This is why we had to get involved. Yes, should we be doing this? Probably not. But there's been a lot of finger pointing going on. And I'd like to ask our staff, saying that we dropped the ball, we did this. So a lot of us have been asking questions here for a long time. I mean, a lot of people have been pointing fingers at our county staff. I mean, can we have Mr. Cottenmeyer come up and ask what kind of support we offered the clerk's office during this process and about how this should be getting to the board members at some point sooner? And sorry, Nick, I don't want to do it, but again, I think it needs to be said because a lot of people are pointing fingers here at the county board and our staff, and I think that's just unfair to our staff.
So the process was, I mean, we've been working well with Mr. Johnson, but the raw data that is required to make the precinct maps resides in one place, and that is obviously election division. We have provided the base maps. I know GIS, Tom Ricker, has been helping the technical support, but as far as drawing the precinct lines, that has not been the function of county staff. I mean, that's been solely in the election division. But I mean, we've been definitely talking throughout, but the process has been run by the election division.
But have you advised the clerk that this needs to get to the county board sooner than later?
There's been a lot of conversations about process. I would urge everybody, I mean, 60 days is obviously a very tight time frame, but there's been a lot of conversations about process, how that's been going, and I know that they've been making their best effort to get it out.
And Mr. Johnson, is there any chance we can hear the clerk comment on this today? Or, this is a pretty big topic, and, I'm just hoping that, maybe she would weigh in and let us know a little bit of what's going on.
Thank you, Members A. I do want to echo everything Nick just said. The county staff and the clerk's office have worked collaboratively on everything related to this project and every other project we've had to do. We had staff here till 9 o'clock last night working on getting the maps out. GIS staff was working until 9 o'clock last night on translating the data into maps as well. Nick and I are in regular communication. He's always reaching out on the board's behalf, checking in on anything that we have to bring to you. So in no way was county board staff dropping the ball in collaborating with our office on bringing this forward. So I do want to address that. Second, as has been mentioned many times during the public comment, our office has many ongoing balls in the air at the moment related to the administration of the upcoming election and related to the onboarding of new voting equipment, the recount, and other matters. The clerk and our deputy clerk for elections and the rest of our staff are working on other matters related to the workings of the clerk's office and the operation of the election at the moment. As was made clear during the last meeting, the county clerk herself was not personally involved in the drawing of the maps. That was designated to our staff. We have 2 representatives of the staff here to answer any questions related to the technical data. And as the board made clear multiple times on Tuesday, the policy decisions related to the maps are in the hands of the county board. We've provided you with maps. We've gone back and provided you with revised maps, taking into account the input that we were directed to seek out, but the policy decision is the county board's. That was made very clear, and the clerk respects that.
Members A?
So that's a no. She's not going to come up and talk about this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Member Chaplin seeking recognition, followed by Ozog, Garcia, and DeCiani. Member Chaplin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Cronin. So just a few things I think are important to understand. I think there's a disconnect between how the county clerk wrote these maps. The legislation is requiring the county and all counties in the state to reduce or to increase the size of the precincts. So this was not a decision made by our clerk. We have to approve maps that meet the requirements of the legislation by tomorrow. And if we don't, and if we stay with the old map, our map can be legally challenged. I mean, this is serious. And there is no conspiracy theory. There is no conspiracy that the Democrat leadership worked with the clerk on these maps or anything like that. That is uncalled for, and that is completely off base and out of line. And we have a statutory, as an elected official, I took an oath to follow the state laws and the Constitution. And if we don't vote on a map by tomorrow, we are out of compliance with our state law and our Constitution. So I understand that there are some members here that are going to vote no today on this map. Well, think about if you took an oath to follow the laws of this state. This is not a joke, and this is not political politics. This is very serious work that we're doing here. And I am deeply troubled by many of the comments made by the public and by some of these sitting board members that took place on Tuesday. We have serious work to do here. And also, I'm just taking my notes here from the public comment because there's a lot that we need to address. I am concerned that members of the board did say last Tuesday that we needed to use the incumbency addresses of the PCs because they help us get us elected and we need to protect them. And that is not what we should be taking into consideration when we are approving these maps. The only criteria that we should take into consideration when approving these maps is if it meets the legal requirements. That is all. Anything else that you're doing for your political gain, I don't understand this. You know, as board members, we should be doing what is right and good for the people of this county. But if we approve maps today, or if we approve the old map that people want, we could possibly be approving a map that serves elected officials better than the public. I am just at my wit's end. I don't know how we're going to move forward on this, but I would ask every single board member here to give serious consideration to what their motivations are about this map. We have clear guidelines that were sent by the attorney from the election division. We should only be taking into consideration whether this meets legal requirements and not whether we're going to save PCs that helped us get elected. Thank you.
Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start my remarks today with an old saying, when two sides are negotiating and a final conclusion is reached, if both sides are unhappy, then you probably have a good agreement. Now, that's incidental to what we're dealing with today. The first thing I want to say is that I sat on our 8-month redistricting committee. And I am going to say this again, and other board members have said elsewise, or otherwise on social media, but we did not use incumbency to decide the borders of the county board districts. We did not. Both our map consultant, hired by us, our independent map consultant, and our special state's attorney both concur with that agreement. And it does very much seem to me today that the objections that are being placed against what was done on Tuesday are based on having various people retain their precincts, etc. There is no way that when you reduce from 900 to 600, you're going to be able to do that. Everyone, every township is going to be somehow impacted. There's no way. There's also no way that every single township is going to be impacted equally, because this is a process. This is actually, in my opinion, more of an art than a science, because we have to follow what is being told. We have to follow the legislation. This legislation, the final congressional maps, we couldn't do this until after November 24th. And the one comment I will agree with from public participation today is that all of us were hamstrung, or whatever the proper tense is, by the fact that our census data, and I worked with census data 40 years ago when I was in graduate school, never have we had the kind of controversy and delays that were experienced in the 2020 situation. I mean, this came from the office of the president. Donald Trump's office tried to change how we do the census. The first issue was to not want to count non-citizens. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm the daughter of a non-citizen. She's passed away, but she never became a citizen. My mother was from Ireland. She shouldn't be counted. All of these people should not be part of our society. They are. We are a nation of immigrants, okay? So we already had a really bad situation going into this. We've had really bad time constraints here. And the one thing that I'll die on this hill. The clerk's office at the election division did this properly. And if it impacts people, it impacts both parties. But this is, and I'll also echo the words of our representatives here who are talking for the League of Women Voters, an impartial, nonpartisan group. This is supposed to be about the voters, and the precinct captains represent each party and try to convince the voters to be on their side, but every township is impacted in this situation. So I was in favor of the maps on Tuesday, and I think we all need to come together to realize that this process, with time constraints, with everything else, it needs to be as impartial as possible, and I believe that's what the election division did. Thank you.
Member Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the work that's gone into this by the county clerk staff and also by the township heads. In the last few days, they've really gotten together and really talked, and I think there's been some really good communication. I appreciate all of the detailed emails that your division sent out to us last night. I've been going over them. I'm kind of a fact-based person, and so I'm really looking at everything. And so my problem with approving all of the changes that were put forth is that they don't all conform to the criteria set forth before the state. And so as far as some of the changes are, we cannot do them. We just cannot, as an elected body, do them. So my suggestion is to go over the information that was provided to us by staff and look at the ones that have conformed, and then I believe some have been approved by both parties and some have not. That's a bipartisan decision. And vote on the ones that are approved. From what I can tell, there's 7 changes only that fit conformity. We've got Milton 3, 20, and 39, York 1 and 15, Naperville 36 and 41, Naperville 17 and 18, Naperville 14 and 25, Naperville 4, 11, 27, and 60, and Lisle 10 and 15. Those all are fitting correctly with the conformity. And so in my opinion, because we had to follow, and we do have to follow the state, they have to fit in the congressional district, legislative district, representative district, county board district, and municipal ward for those that it applies. That is what we have to base our decision on and our votes on. I did run as a Democratic candidate for the county board. I'm proud of that, but when I was elected, I now represent all residents of DuPage County, and that is how I have to follow. That's how I have to make my vote. Thank you.
Member DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to preface my comments with the fact that I voted for the machines that our clerk brought to us in a bipartisan fashion. We held her accountable. The bids were extremely high. She came back with a lower bid and more services, and we came together and supported our clerk in that effort. Bipartisan maps, I again supported our bipartisan maps, which we did together as a board. Democrats and Republicans came together, and we redid our maps equitably, fairly. We made even a change at the end in bipartisan fashion to accommodate a couple of members, and we got that done. Now, this is a totally different situation. We have a clerk who actually lobbied Springfield to reduce, take away representation from our county in the fact that we are lowering our precinct committeeman by 1/3. In the same respect, Springfield, in their wisdom, decides to change our way we elect judges. Currently, we elect them at large, and they divide DuPage County into 7 subcircuits to supposedly give more diversity to our judiciary. Now, that's taking away again. In one respect, they want to make things smaller to give more diversity. In another respect, they want to make things bigger. They seem to have their thought process based on I don't know. I don't like the fact that Springfield tells us to do anything. The fact that they are giving us the ability to say yes or no and approve in the legislation, I think gives us the ability to say yes or no to this. I feel bad, and I think many of us feel the same way, that we're going to lose 1/3 of our representation of people that are boots on the ground that represent us, both Democrat and a Republican, at those doors. I agree with drawing those same precincts in a fashion that adapts to legislative, congressional. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But to reduce, which the clerk lobbied for, to reduce the number of precinct committee men and women by 1/3, to me is disingenuous to this body. We had no say in that legislation. So, again, I think there's enough level heads on this board to come together and say, hey, Springfield, hey, our clerk, we didn't ask for this. We didn't ask to lose 1/3 of our members that represent us on boots on the ground. That to me is wrong. It's taking away representation. That would be like if we, took the county board from 18 down to 12. Now we have, again, less people representing the greater good of this county. So at the end of the day, a lot of this map making has been last minute. Our sub-circuits were just handed to us, I think, a week ago. I know the judiciary is not very happy about this. We've got a great judiciary that does a great job. It is very diverse. We have Indian judges. We have, women judges. We have male judges. So I don't understand the diversity thing. But it seems like in one sense, they want to, it suits their fashion to create more districts. And in another sense, they want to reduce this, or enlarge districts and thus reduce representation. So I'm troubled that the clerk, without our approval, lobbied on our behalf to cut the committeemen by 1/3. To me, that is wrong. Knowing that, and I didn't say a whole lot in the last discussion because I was listening, but to think that she lobbied for that and agreed with that legislation on our behalf, she didn't have our stamp of approval to do that. So, I am very frustrated with this process. I'm frustrated with the fact that our clerk lobbied for the 1/3 reduction without our permission. Both Republican and Democrat did not have the permission to give her insight to do that. And, I had a clerk, Patty Spencer, who was clerk for me when I was mayor. And Patty no longer, unfortunately, is with us. She passed away of cancer. But this woman, despite her illness, attempted to make every meeting she could make, even fighting cancer. I haven't seen our clerk. Her absenteeism rate is almost 70%. She's our highest paid elected official. Have the courtesy to come to a meeting and be here, especially on a vote like this, to answer our questions. Defend yourself. But I'm at the wit's end there. We have no dialogue. I've sent her emails. I've never gotten a response. So I don't get this. Maybe she's responsive to the NAACP, but she's not responsive to some of her county board members who she has to answer to. Again, right now, I sit as a no. I want to be bipartisan. I'm willing to sit down and redraw maps collaboratively. We hired a Democratic consultant in our original map drawing process for the 6 districts. And we did that together. The state's attorney appointed Bert Olson, who I think is a fair and square guy. And we got a bipartisan agreement, and it was done in a good way where we all work together. This totally not done in a good way. So I'll be a no on this, and that's my frustration. I'm willing to be part of a process, but this was literally lobbied and handed to us in the law. The county board could accept this or reject it. I say we reject it. It's our right to do. It's in the law that we can reject it. And let's send a message back to our clerk in Springfield that they don't tell us what to do, especially if we have the ability to say no. Thank you.
Member Schwarzy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to everybody who's had input on this, from the clerk's office to this board to all the public comment. As an elected official, we're all here for the same reasons. We're all here for the right reasons, and that's to do what we can to make life better for our residents of DuPage County. And obviously, we're not always going to see eye to eye, but if we're doing things for the right reasons, everybody benefits. So, and I think this falls into that category. A couple questions with some of the changes that were brought up over the last 48 hours. with the clerk giving us the information on that. Some fall under the conformity and others don't. Are we able to, and maybe this is a state's attorney's question, are we able to vote on these maps one township at a time if that's what we choose to do?
Mr. State's Attorney, Lisa Smith, I believe, is there, or Nick?
I'll pass this along to Lisa.
I don't think that you could do that because then you would have, it would be inconsistent precincts because some would be approved and then it would change some and not others. So I think it has to be a lump sum
All or nothing?
approval. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And don't leave yet, because my next question is, if this ends up being a no vote for the maps the clerk presented to us on Tuesday, I've been told, or we've been told, that the previous or the current precincts stay in effect.
That's correct.
And how long do they actually stay in effect? And are there any legal ramifications or any sort of consequences if that happens?
There certainly are. There are several. So first of all, in the event that there are no changes, you don't approve these maps, the election code addresses that if you fail to do that today, then you are, per the code, you're to consider them in June. However, that wouldn't make any sense this year because that's going to put you right in the middle of an election cycle. So then we would recommend that you do it after the election cycle. But obviously, if you do that, it invites litigation, of course, because we're not following the code, which says that we shall, the county board shall change the boundaries at a regular meeting within 60 days. So really,
Are you able to give any sort of examples of legal litigation that could possibly happen?
Potentially a mandamus action to enforce, because this is what what the county board is supposed to be doing. So potentially mandamus for one. Obviously I know that that's not what anybody wants to do. So, but I mean, it's hard to say what could be filed.
Are you aware of any precedent anywhere on something like this?
No, not with this change.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a number of members seeking recognition. So we have member Selman, followed by Chaplin. Well, let's try to get everybody who's talked for one. Selman, followed by Chaplin, Covert, Rutledge, and I see Amy Chavez and member Krajewski. Krajewski, yes, please. Please proceed, member Selman.
Okay, and please add member LaPlante to your list. I think that's the only hand you missed.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have anyone from Bond Dickerson here, or is it just Lisa today, who I think just left, unfortunately? Okay, because I have a question about the memo, and so I don't know if it's appropriate to ask our state's attorney, because they didn't write it.
That's available.
Okay, that would be super helpful if we could get him on. Because actually both my questions, I think, relate to the law and the memo they wrote. So maybe, Mr. Chairman, if you could skip me.
Sure.
And we'll come back.
Sure. Why don't we go to, as you try to gather that information, why don't we move to member Chaplin for a second time?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to address a couple comments. Member DeCiani talked about that the county board did not give the clerk permission to go to Springfield to lobby to increase the size of precincts. Well, our 2020 state legislative agenda, our legislative priorities, that was passed unanimously by this board, included support the cost of local elections, recognizing the scale of early voting and vote by mail, provide flexibility to election jurisdictions to increase the size of precincts, permit the operation of regional voting centers, and enact other measures to more efficiently manage the election process, to provide the resources necessary to election jurisdictions to replace outdated technology. So in 2020, we had this in our legislative agenda to have our representatives in Springfield work to increase the size of precincts. Our 2021 state legislative agenda that was unanimously approved by this board also includes increasing the amount of, or increasing increasing the size of precincts. So we have had this in both our legislative agendas. And I also want to point out that, you know, the clerk's been talked, you know, that she's not here. Well, we don't have Bob Berlin here. We have somebody sitting in his seat. So is there a double standard here for our clerk? I mean, Bob Berlin comes and gives presentations, but his staff is here representing the office, just like Adam Johnson is here representing the office. So those are some of my comments, but I think it's important to know that this board did ask the state legislature, and it was unanimously approved to increase the size of those precincts. Thank you.
Okay, Member Covert, followed by Rutledge, Krajewski, Chavez, LaPlante, Eckhoff, and DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Forgive me. Since your name was used, point of personal privilege, please proceed, Mr. DeCiani. Please.
I appreciate that, Chairman. Member Chaplin, the comments you just made. State Attorney Bob Berlin is our state's attorney. It is customary that our state's attorney personally is not president because he's got the job of fighting crime. He's not the record keeper of our meetings, and our clerk is. And in the history of our clerks, going back, so as long as I know, is they're at the meetings whenever they can be. Occasionally, they might have a deputy clerk step in to take record of a meeting, but that's occasionally. Again, Patty Spencer, who made $8,000 a year as my city clerk, we would go pick her up, and I would cringe because she was in so much pain to walk into a city hall, but she made sure that she could be at as many meetings as she could be at. And her attendance rating, despite fighting cancer, was in the 80-90 percentile, making $8,000 a year. Our clerk makes $160,000. $160,000. I would bet you dollars and donuts this lady never made 30, 40 grand before she got to the clerk position in her life. So what we have here is a lack of respect for our board and for the people of our county, that she's not here, especially on critical votes like this. This is a policy vote. This determines the representation of our county. She should be here. It's disrespectful to us. And to compare her to Bob Berlin, who's putting murders and rapists and gun shooters in Oak Brook, holding those kind of people accountable, with crime happening, pouring in from Cook County because of the laws that Springfield is passing, is ridiculous. So, apples to oranges. And keeping election systems in place is different than increasing and reducing the amount of commitment that we have in our county. I don't recall voting for that and supporting that. We supported keeping her costs down, but not taking away her representation, And I didn't support 7 sub-circuits for our judiciary. 7 sub-circuits now we're going to be dealing with. That's not representation. Not everybody can even vote for those judges in the future. So, you know what? This is a flawed process. We have bipartisan support on this. We hear Democrats and Republicans both feeling that we're not being represented by a reduction of committeemen by 1/3, and that's the point. You don't have to make it partisan. I voted for your voting machines. I voted for maps. I made changes. I listened to my fellow Democrats on many of those issues, and we came to an agreement. This is not right. This is a third less representation, and we have the ability, according to legislation, to say yes or no. It's all it comes down to. I hope that we can come together and send a message. And you know what? Let's get a bill going. We've got good representation in Springfield to amend this legislation for us. Maybe they can do it based on populations of counties less than 900,000 in population, and we can actually, keep our maps and adjust them according to legislative boundaries, which I think at the end of the day are both sides of the aisle can come to agree with, and we could have a bipartisan action here. So I'm all for amending this in Springfield, and let's do it right. We pass bills all the time. let's do a bipartisan bill together and make it work. But yeah, comparing Bob Berlin to our clerk, night and day. Thank you.
Thank you, Member DeCiani. So just a point of information, we are waiting for the attorneys, Bond Dixon, to be available to answer some questions from Member Selman. So as we wait, let's move down the list of those seeking recognition. Next on my list is Member Sadia Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into, I have a question and I have a comment, but before that, I just want to say that the legislative agenda that we voted unanimously on in 2020 was not specific to these maps today. It was mainly about election equipment, which I supported. Before I get into my question, because I do want to delve into the legality of the maps, but we'll wait for the attorneys to answer that question because I do want to hear from the lawyers, obviously, on how this goes. My understanding is that if this doesn't pass today, then it goes back onto our agenda in June. So we do have that opportunity again. So getting into my comment, I would first of all like to thank the clerk's office for their hard work and also our county board office and staff for their hard work because putting together maps is not an easy task. I know you guys spent many, many hours in doing this, so I do appreciate all the help. And I hope that, whatever comments we heard today from county board members and the public are not taken personally because these are not meant to be comments that are attacking the clerk's office or anything like that. I think we are, we all have different opinions here, and I'm so happy that the public came in to provide public comment. Their input is very valuable to us as county board members. Now, I know that everyone is not happy with the maps. And we're not asking for equality, complete equality to make everybody happy. What we are asking for is equity. And a lot of people have said that the clerk's office did communicate with us. We're very happy. And the office responded. And there are other people who said they did not respond. We didn't know anything about this. So we have comments of both natures. And what we're asking today is for a fair map, an equitable map. Equity, not equality. And everyone needs to be heard here, including the public and county board members. My job is not only to represent my townships and PCs and constituents, but my job is to also represent everybody, every single person in the county, regardless of their political status. So I don't want to rush this process today. I don't want to rush that. I don't feel comfortable with rushing the process. And the best example that I could give, which I feel that it would have been helpful if maybe, and this is the input I received, the best example of really getting information out there was when, for example, with the county expansion project at the courthouse, Chief Judge Popejoy invited each and every single one of us county board members to his office to talk about the expansion of a project. It was about a 2-hour meeting, and he answered our questions, and he laid it out there and said, here, this is what we're doing, option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is what's going to happen in each phase. I want to get your questions and input, and he laid it out there. It was so beautifully done. And I think that if that process was replicated at the clerk's office, I think it would have been very helpful to everybody. And I know that the redistricting committee was meeting up, but these specific maps, they were sent out last Thursday. So it didn't give a lot of people a lot of time to look at these maps and see, what they wanted to do with it. So I think it's about process. And I think that may be a learning curve, but I think that's what people are talking about here today as well. So I don't feel comfortable in rushing this, and I can't support it today. I have to stand with my constituents. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Covert. We're going to call on Member Rutledge next, followed by Krajewski, Chavez, LaPlante, Eckhoff, Tornatore, and Zay. Member Rutledge.
Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair Selman. I guess my comments are more directed at the legislature rather than our clerk's office. They had the unfortunate task to carry out what the legislature had proposed or passed. And I am going to agree somewhat with Member DeCiani that we're really, we have PCs that are doing the work of helping us get elected, and they do this with no pay. They do this, in horrible weather, and sometimes at the doors they do this in the face of just not nice people. And I really have a problem. I understand the reduction, but I think 30 or a third is a little too big of a step at this time. And I just think that according to, looking at a PC looking in, they're all sitting there going, wow, I gave you my time, my service, my weekends, my holidays, and now you're just saying no thank you. And I really, really, aren't we supposed to get people involved in the process rather than ask them to step out? So that's my first comment that I want to make. The second is, again, I made these comments on Tuesday. I have no idea which board members sitting at this table have a contested race in their precinct, but if they do, I don't believe it is proper for them to vote on this legislation or on this resolution this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Krajewski.
Thank you, Chairman. Adam, thank you, you and your staff for all the work you did between Tuesday and today. Can you just explain briefly, we got 3 versions here, what each version of the map is? We got version 1, 2, and 3 sent to us that night.
Mr. Johnson's coming up. I believe your question was to clarify which version of the maps is where you should be drawing your attention.
We had 3 versions sent to us. We had version 1, version 2, version 3. Can you just explain what each of those versions are?
Sure, absolutely. So the first version of the maps that were sent to all county board members, the ones that are labeled, I believe, election division staff proposal, are the maps that the county clerk's election division staff created, and are the same set of maps that were presented to the board on Tuesday. So those were the maps that our staff has been working on, that they attempted to draw to conformity with the state legislative requirements, but were not drawn with any input from either the DuPage Democratic or Republican parties. Then at the county board meeting on Tuesday, the board expressed a policy preference for our office to reach out to the local political parties, get their input and requests for alterations they would like made to the set of maps we had presented. So the second set of maps you have is a full set of 9 township maps that reflect all of the changes that our office received from the chairman of the DuPage Republican Party and the chairman of the DuPage Democratic Party. And you also have, in the email I sent you, all of the correspondence that was sent to us, all the specific requests that were forwarded on behalf of the township political parties. So we give you a full set of 9 maps that include all of the changes, and then our staff went through, once those changes had been put into the mapping program, they analyzed the number of registered voters that would be in each new precinct under those scenarios. They looked at the conformity with the existing congressional and legislative lines and so on. And so then you have a spreadsheet where our staff assessed each of the requested changes by the political party on every criteria in terms of conformity with the state law, and came up with an assessment of whether those changes were and were not in conformity. Of that set of 9 maps, the 2 maps from Wayne Township and Winfield Township, the political party requests in Wayne and Winfield Township, our staff did not find any changes that were in conformity with the state law. So the Wayne and Winfield Township maps in that second set of 9, in our staff's assessment, would now be moving out of conformity with the state law. The maps in York Township and Downers Grove Township in that second set of 9, our staff assessed all of the political party requests to still be in conformity with the state law. So if those changes were put into place, those maps would be in conformity with the state law. For the other 5 townships, by mapping all of the political requests that our office received, we ended up in a situation where there were some requests that were in conformity with the law and some requests that were not. So for those 5 townships, our staff made a third set of maps that only includes the political party requests that they determined to be in conformity with the law. So you have a total of 23 maps. You have either 2 or 3 maps per township, and you also have our staff's assessment of whether each of those township maps contains any precincts that we do not feel would be in conformity with the law. And happy to answer any further questions on that point.
So that was version 2. There's version 3.
I'm sorry.
Your audio is not good, Brian. I don't know. It sounds like your Wi-Fi connection is a little weak.
You're muted now, Brian.
So,
is there a version 3, Adam?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Was there a version 3? You had
We can't understand you. I'm so sorry, Member Krajewski. It's really muffly. I think your Wi-Fi's being
okay.
bad.
Well, then I'm signing up.
Maybe email a question to myself and Member Johnson, and we could read it. Would that be all right with you, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that's fine. I want to make sure Brian gets a chance to ask his questions, but unfortunately we have a little technology issue here. So we'll come back to you, Brian, in a minute, if we may, please. Next on the list is Member Amy Chavez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just want to make point that I have no problem with the legislation, and I know we're on a tight time frame, but I know we've been lobbying this, our staff and our legislation, as far as increasing the size. But the benefit of that is that it does help us save money as we move to more bail-in voting. We get, these precinct sizes do go up, but my point is they're not going up equitably. And I think Member Covert made this point. But both of my townships have a problem in the fact that their workload went up by about 66%. And if we're really just increasing the size of precincts, the workload shouldn't go up inequitably across the county. So I don't think that these increases were made in an equitable way. I know a lot of comments today were about the fact that the county board really didn't do their job. And the truth is, I can't do my job unless I have all the information. And I was given the information from the clerk's office at the 11th hour. And I can't work, I think there's a saying that says lack of planning on your part does not necessitate an emergency on my part. And I felt like I was thrown into an emergency situation with 5 days to review these maps. And that's just not fair to elected officials. I had to clear my calendar to work with Diane Hewitt of Lyle Township, to work with Gautam Bhatia of Naperville Township, so that they could contact their counterparts on the Republican side. And I really want to give kudos to Becky Rudolph, who's the township chair on the Republican side, and Tanya Curry as well, because they put their heads together and bipartisanly tried to find some solutions that would work for these maps for both parties. And huge kudos to Jim Zay for, as soon as I said I needed that contact information, he got it to me so that I could get it to my counterparts. It was a beautiful way of how democracy works when we all come together. We got a lot of minor changes made on the maps that made a big difference in how we represent our voters. The PCs in our areas are critical on both sides. I represent the PCs for the Republicans and the Democrats as an elected member of the county board. And the job that they do in educating our voters is vital to democracy. And so we need to respect the fact that these are unpaid public officials who are on the ballot and are voted in by their voters to represent their voice in their neighborhood. It's a vital part of our democracy. And when we start messing with those lines and we start overlapping officials, and quite frankly, it was done in, a way that seemed a little suspect to me. Some of the ways that these PCs got put together seemed odd. And it seemed odd, I believe, on both sides, not just the Republican side, not just the Democratic side, but it seemed very loosey-goosey. I know Holly Hoopman today was talking about where her lines go across highways. I know my old district now goes over a river. I shouldn't say district, but precinct goes over a river. We should have been given a presentation from the clerk's office in early December. What we're seeing here is a failure to respect timelines, a failure to communicate, and a failure to really address what this law outlined for us. If we would have had a presentation from the clerk's office in early December outlining what this process was going to look like, outlining the parameters of how these decisions for these lines were going to be made, we would have had the information that we needed as county board members. Perhaps at that time the clerk could have said, listen, I have a pile of work to do with drawing these lines. Maybe I don't have the staff to get it done in a timely fashion. Maybe we need to bring in a third-party map drawer to help me with this tremendous amount of work. We as a county board could have helped her. If this was so much work that you couldn't get the map to me until 5 days before I was supposed to vote on it, that means on average we were drawing 10 precincts a day for the 55, 53 days that she had the map. I can't work under these circumstances. It's not fair to the voters that I represent. Going forward, I think we need to look at this process. This won't be the last time that this board addresses this. I would recommend that we bring in a third-party review to review how this was done this time, whether or not there's equity between all of our townships and how they're represented. And if there's not, how do we, the next time that these are drawn, how do we make those equal? Because right now I'm so unhappy with this process. I cleared my calendar starting on Tuesday when this vote didn't pass. I have a sick child at home that I feel like I ignored through the week because I was on phone calls. I was meeting at my dining room table with representatives of Lisle and Naperville, laying out maps on my dining room table. It shouldn't be like this. To me, this was just a real failure of planning, and I'm so disappointed as a county board member. Let me just look at my notes here. I think that I covered everything, so thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Member Chavez. We're going to pivot back to Member Selman because we now have our election attorney, Pat Bond, available. There he is, Pat Bond. Look at him there. And Member Selman, I think, as well as Member Covert, have some questions that they'd like to pose to Attorney Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bond, for joining us. I know a little bit short notice today. I had some questions about the memo you sent to the clerk's office on January 13th. Just one point of clarification. In the second paragraph, you say, once the staff received the congressional map, then they started working on the modifications. Someone earlier today, I think they said the date we got the congressional data was November 24th. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
I'm not exactly sure the date it was received. I know we've still not received the legal description of the congressional map, but it was late in November, I believe it was received, and there's been challenges to that as well, legally.
Okay, so just confirming this legislation was passed on the 15th, and then just 9 days later we got the congressional data, so it wasn't like 3 months later. I just want to kind of clarify that timeline. And
yeah, the effective date of the legislation was November 15th, and thereafter, I know we were waiting for it from the sources. We were trying to get information in advance in an attempt to at least get a jump start on where those congressional boundaries were going to be. It's sort of a trickle-down effect because those dictate the formation of the precinct redistricting.
Okay, and then my next question is about the that each precinct shall contain as near as practical 1,200 voters. If I look at the precincts as proposed, Addison Township has the smallest average proposed precincts at only 950 voters, so almost 250 voters less than the law asks. But then when you look at a township like Lisle, they have 1,131 voters per proposed precinct. So can you help me understand how we can have a 200 per voter variance between different townships and how that would still meet the requirements of the law?
Sure, it's a multi-pronged criteria. The first is just your general issue. The county board went through with their redistricting, that there has to be contiguous territory, compact form, convenience to the electors. And then when you're looking, so that's the general redistricting criteria by law under the election code and case law. Thereafter, the criteria for precincts is specific to it, and the statute reads as may be practicable, contain 1,200 registered voters. So trying to use both criteria, that standard redistricting criteria and the special criteria for precincts, that was taken into consideration the contiguous nature of the territory, the compact form, and also the congressional legislative districts. And that's not unusual. The current precincts have a variation between them, and that's why the specific number of 1,200 is not set forth in the statute as a mandated number. It's interesting because if it were an election commission, which the county previously had, there's a different, slightly different criteria where it provides may not exceed. So it's sort of a unique difference. But as may be practicable was in contemplation of those other criteria that it may not be practicable for those reasons. So there is currently, and there will continue to be, some variation or deviation from that 1,200 number. That is the objective, is to reach that as near as possible.
Okay, so you don't have a concern that there's about a 200 voter variance between our smallest precincts in one township and our largest precincts in another? That doesn't concern you as it meets the law?
It does not. The concern would be the split of the congressional and representative legislative districts. So if you do an overlay of that criteria to try and get the numbers, is where it becomes a mathematical difficulty to get exactly 1,200. So I'm not concerned by that, no.
Okay, and then sort of similarly, unfortunately still back on this practicable word, I've seen versions of these maps with both Lyle and Milton where there's either a congressional district divided or a county board and forest preserve district divided. It's okay if there is some, because you're saying that practical word gives you a little bit of flexibility? I'm trying to make sure that we've met the requirements, and it's really difficult with the information we've been given. That's sort of the root of my question.
Sure, absolutely. And the language is slightly different. For that 1,200, it says as may be practicable, and then it's similar, but says insofar as practical, the situated in a single. So there are times when you simply cannot draw it in such a way as to do so. That is of more concern than the number, to try and meet that specific as possible. But it is unlikely that you will achieve a 100% compliance with that, the fact that it has more than a single congressional legislative representative, county board, or municipal ward. And I think the criteria that was applied by the election division was working first with the congressional map, which again came in a little later in the process, and then worked its way down to try and avoid that if possible, but to the extent it could not be avoided, to certainly limit that to what I would consider, for those lawyers sitting on the county board, a de minimis, a minimal number that had to be split.
All right, thank you so much. That concludes my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, as long as we have Attorney Bond here, was Member Covert, were you seeking an opportunity to ask Attorney Bond a question? If
Sure.
not, we'll go to Member LaPlante next on the list.
Sure, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions. Attorney Bond, thank you so much for being here today. My understanding is that if we don't approve the map today, the map is back on the agenda in June. So from now until June, and this question is for everybody in the room and the public on Zoom as well. From now until June, can there be legal action against the county?
Well, it's as you well know, that the body understands you can always have legal action. The question is, would there be any viable legal action? If you did, it would not be from a committeeman. The committeeman's term under the current legislation is it would expire at with this next election cycle anyway. Where you may draw a legal challenge would be from the new congressional districts, and you may have a candidate or a supporter of a candidate who says that there is a split now in that congressional or even a legislative or representative district that says now that district has more, it's not as practicably situated in a single congressional or legislative representative district. So therefore my district has a violation of the Illinois election code. And that could draw a challenge. The statute, you are correct, the statute does provide for if the county board for any reason fails to take any action, it goes on your agenda at your June meeting. So it's sort of interesting because we now have a June primary, which would add some complications to that. But that would be a possible challenge to that, to remaining as is, because with the change in the congressional map and legislative and representative maps, and even the county board districts, there is going to be less of conformance with that situated in a single district.
Okay, so we're not open, because we have time until June, we're not exactly open to a lawsuit between now and June, technically.
Well, I mean, it's subject to a challenge, certainly, between now and June. That would be when we are currently, the circulation for those political candidates for the upcoming June primary commenced on January 13th. That will run, it closes on March 14th. So at that point in time, they would have circulated their nominating petitions to candidates for those congressional, legislative, representative, county board districts. So they would have those out. That would technically give them what we know in the law to be standing. In other words, they would have at least the legal standing to initiate a challenge to the map.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Covert. Going back to our list here, next up is Member LaPlante, followed by Eckhoff, Tornatore, Zay, and now Rutledge and Chavez have asked for another opportunity to speak. So, Member LaPlante, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairman Cronin. I would like to first address the people that we have here who are attending on this early morning and made public comment. I want to say thank you so much for your engagement in our local county politics and procedures, and for your interest. This is vital to the health of our county and the health of our democracy. So thank you very, very much for taking the time to be here. And thank you also to those who wrote comments in and submitted them. I am a 3-term elected precinct committee woman. I'll be running for my 4th term in this upcoming election. So I highly value the role of the PC. It is, again, speaking of what is vital for our democracy, PCs. It's also the perfect way to get involved and to be serving in service to your community. So may I take this moment, now that I have a mic, to make a PSA. Please become a PC. Republican, Democratic, both. This is a fantastic way to serve your community. If you have any questions or interest, please reach out to me and I will direct you to the right township from either side of the party. I'm happy to do that. Second, I'm hoping to offer some clarity to people who are listeners at home, if you will. Some of the comments today, especially those that are urging to pass these maps, are giving as one of the main reasons as a way to say thank you to our clerk for all of her hard work that she has done. I don't think any of that is in doubt, and I think everyone here is appreciative, as we are, of all of our colleagues who are doing such good work for the county. But I do want to just point something out. Using that as a reason to vote to pass these maps, when we're also hearing from our deputy clerk that the clerk had nothing to do with the drawings of these maps, seems to be in conflict with one another. So I'm not sure that using that as a reason might not be the best way to approach this vote. That's my opinion. And I think that's something to consider. And I don't think that this vote, whichever way it goes, or however any of myself or my colleagues are voting, this is not a referendum in any way, shape, or form on the clerk. And I would like to make that clear, and I want to make sure that that's not what this is about. I'd also like to bring up the fact of timing that some of my other colleagues have talked about. and the procedure of what made this very difficult for the board to have the facts and look at things. Member Chavez, I think, brought it up, and I would like to reiterate. You have 18 willing and eager board members here that are willing to do the work. This is why, I'm assuming this is why we all ran for office. We want to do our job. I'd like to be able to be a part of this process. I would like to offer input, and I'm here to work and to do and to help. And I do believe all my colleagues on this board are as well. So I feel like there's an embarrassment of riches here that we're not tapped into. So when we discuss about how difficult this was and what a time crunch the clerk's office was under, I think we all appreciate that. We all see it. We're here, and we wish that we could be a part of that. So to that point, since Tuesday, when we made that very, very clear statement that we wish that we could have been more involved, we could have seen the maps more, had more information, I just want to make sure that everyone understands we didn't see those maps. Well, speaking for myself, because they arrived into my mailbox after I had already gone to bed last night. I didn't see them until very early this morning. Again, not one word from the clerk's office between our Tuesday meeting until this morning, except for one email that said, county board members are not allowed to submit information. You have to go through your party chair. That made me feel like I was cut out of the process. I wish that, because I had asked, can I come in? Can I come in with Republican and Democratic counterpoints from my township? And I was told basically no, and all further communication can only come in writing from the party chair. I wanted to be a part of this process. So I have been scrambling this morning, looking at those maps, trying to see where we are, where it all laid out, and it's very difficult. I would like to thank my township chair, Milton Township, Jessica Hierbaum, who has been taking my calls, exchanging texts and emails, trying to really help make this as equitable for the voters as possible. But again, it's barrier after barrier for, I feel, getting involved and doing my job. So now I would like to ask, I have two other questions. It's something else that keeps coming up, is a comment that was made on Tuesday, and I cannot recall who made it, but saying that this should be done differently so that all PCs are taken into account to draw these maps. If someone could offer clarity about who it was that made that comment and maybe further elaborate on it, but I didn't feel that that was what this board was asking for. So again, to have that be used as a reason to cast your vote, I think that needs to be examined, because I didn't feel as a board member that that was put in front of us, that we wanted to make sure that every single PC was taken into account. So whomever, if one of my colleagues would like to address that, whomever made that comment, that would be, please feel free.
Yeah, I'd be
Excuse
happy.
me, I'm still talking.
I'd be happy to address it.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm still talking.
Well, okay. Well, you want
Thank
to
you so much. Thank you, Member Chaplin. I am still talking. So then my question is, this is for Lisa. I know when someone asked the question about after the election cycle, it invites some litigation. And so can you make sure that I'm understanding this properly, as well as everyone else on the board? If these were sort of postponed, if we voted to not pass them now, then they would be revisited after the 2020 election in November. Do I have that correct?
No, the statute provides that if
November.
they're not approved today, then it says that you should consider them in June at your
Correct.
June meeting. However, I'm just raising the point that that's going to be right in the middle of an election cycle, so it's hardly an ideal time to address that.
Right.
And we would recommend postponing until after the election cycle is
Right.
completed. Obviously, if you do decide to issue new maps in June, there invites a lot of confusion with regard to the pending election.
Right. So can you please elaborate on that? What I'm interested in hearing from you is, what is the probability of that, of inviting that sort of issue if the maps were voted on after the November 22 election? The probability, if to the best of your ability.
Well, one hope is that in the event
in the event that you can't agree today and you don't do anything in June and you wait until after the election cycle is completed, that does give the legislature additional time to come back in and perhaps make some adjustments that would actually, stop some litigation perhaps. But the concern is that if you try to change it during a cycle, I think it would be obvious that you're going to have a lot of confusion with those running, those supporting. I mean, I can't go into all the details, but it would be quite a mess.
Right. So that would be during the cycle. So that's my question is what would it look like if these were addressed after the election in November of 2020?
Well, I would say whether you approve them today or in June or after, if you're not following, whenever you're not following the statute, which says that you need to approve them today, you're going to invite potential litigation because under a mandamus that somebody can force you to do your job is essentially what an action for mandamus is. So that's, I think at any point, if you don't file maps today, I mean, you could be opening yourself up for litigation at any point in that process.
Right. And so is there any way that you can answer or speak to the probability of that or the likeliness of that?
I really can't put a number on it. I mean, again, because I don't know what's going to happen with, what you're doing with the maps. So I can't, I'm just saying it's certainly an option for anyone who has standing to come in and file an action.
Okay. Thank you so much. That does complete my comments and my questions. I appreciate the time.
Okay. There was a question posed by Member LaPlante, and I believe Member Chaplin was seeking to offer a response. So I'm going to call on Member Chaplin. If you don't mind, to please offer a response to the question.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. So, so the comment was brought up on Tuesday by Member Chavez that the PCs worked hard to get us elected and that we need to protect them. And honestly, I was quite shocked at that statement because when we were doing our county redistricting maps, Member Chavez called using incumbency requirements a fatal flaw. So I don't know what the difference is in that, but I was surprised to hear those comments come from her. And like I said, personally, I'm here to represent all the voters. I believe that the map drawn, that the only requirements that the county board should take into consideration, or the only requirements that we should take into consideration are the legal requirements, that the law requires. So that was all. That's why I brought it up. It was said, and it's on the recording, and that's all. So thank you. So point of privilege, please.
Okay. We'll go back to our list of those that were seeking comment. We have Member Eckhoff, followed by Tornatore, Zay, Rutledge, Chavez, Renahan, and Covert, I believe.
Yep.
Thank you. Please proceed, Member Eckhoff.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Member Chavez is asking for recognition on a point of personal privilege, I believe.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. She, Member Chaplin just used her name. So yeah, please, Member Chavez, please proceed.
Thank you. Yes, I hope that my comments were misconstrued from Tuesday. I believe that PCs from both parties are elected officials, unpaid volunteers, and we need to respect the job that they do to help increase voter turnout in our area. I don't mean to say that we should be protective of their areas, but I think we should have some respect. I, of course, was a proponent of not using addresses in the redistricting process because we're paid elected officials that sit on this board. When we look at PCs who are volunteers, I think we can look at this with a more equitable look at things. And as long as both parties are equitable with the maps and are happy with where their PCs are serving, then I think as long as there's agreement between the two, then it's a beautiful thing that our democracy comes together to work well. So I do have a slightly different perspective for both when you have paid elected officials and unpaid. So I wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you, Member Chavez. Member Eckhoff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Mr. Bond still online?
Mr. Bond?
James Bond. All right. I'll ask the general. Okay.
Yes, I am here. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if you'll remember this or the chairman might, but wasn't there a law passed about 10 years ago reducing the size of precincts that required us to reduce the size of precincts?
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the number has changed over the years with the nature of the voting. That number had gone from 600 to 800, and they'd gone back and forth from various times. And it was generally designed to have there's a lag effect in Springfield, as you're all painfully aware, but to accommodate the various types of voting. Now with the change in legislation to the vote by mail, the reality of it is that the nature of the voting has changed, and I think that was the impetus behind the increase of the precinct size from the number of 800 to the as near as practicable 1,200.
And I don't know if you're the appropriate person to ask, but couldn't the legislation that was passed in Springfield mandating 1,200 people in the precinct, couldn't that have been passed in the spring, so at least our clerk could have been preparing to put a map forward instead of being told to do it 60 days ago? Is there any restriction on the legislature passing that earlier?
Absolutely not. I mean, the vote by mail went into effect, and I think everybody saw from the November election the tremendous increase in the use of that method of voting. So there is absolutely no reason they couldn't have done that. And the clerk's staff was handcuffed in some regard because of that. And you've dealt with, as a county board, and the clerk has been involved in a lot of last-minute legislative changes, some attributable to COVID, others simply to legislative changes on the eve of elections. So, that could have been done and should have been done earlier, and it would have certainly prevented some of the discussion that's been had today, and certainly the process being perceived as being rushed. But there were two factors in that. One was the lateness of this legislation being approved, and the secondly was the maps of the congressional maps being received by the clerk's staff, because that formed the initial basis for them to start doing the analysis to make sure that it complied with the criteria. But yeah, there's no reason it couldn't have been and shouldn't have been done prior to this, be so close to an upcoming election.
Okay. And then I know there's been a couple of comments about possibly someone bringing a writ of mandamus against us or calling into question the election results. Would that be calling into question the election results of all participating candidates for all levels of government, or would it only be calling into question the precinct committeemen? Because I can't believe that because we don't pass something today, it's going to cause the 6th congressional district to become invalid federally.
Yeah, well, I agree with Bureau Chief Smith. You don't know what the probability is. We've seen elections become extremely litigious. I've been doing this since about 1995, and there's more litigation that's emanated from elections than in the past. I think what you would find, not necessarily an action, the precinct committeemen, in my opinion, would not have standing to initiate any type of an action. It would be a legislative, congressional, or representative district, or even county board district that was now split because you maintain the precinct boundaries in their current form, but the other boundaries have changed. Now there are splits, or an increase in the number of splits between there, where there is not, situated in a single. Each precinct's not situated in a single congressional, legislative, representative, county board district. So that would be the challenge. Would be perhaps from a district that has a precinct now, or multiple precincts that are no longer singularly in that district, and that the argument would be that changed the composition of the representative nature of the district, inconsistent with the current state law.
Okay, so just given the timeline and everything, I can only say that this is what the legislature's done to us by putting a gun to our clerk's head and now a gun to our head is just another example of the Mickey Mouse legislation that's coming out of Springfield. And it's the same Mickey Mouse legislation that passed a crime bill at 3 a.m. that's costing this county millions of dollars. It's another Mickey Mouse legislation that allowed the Forest Preserve to redraw their own maps for the first time in history, costing the taxpayers about $100,000, despite the fact that Mr. Zay gave the Forest Preserve a seat at the table that they didn't take. And now we have a slightly different Forest Preserve map than a county board map. We've got congressional districts that were passed down in Springfield. They have my house in western Wheaton in a congressional district that ends about a few blocks from Wrigley Field. And we've got sub-circuits that were just passed about a week ago in DuPage County, 7 sub-circuits. So we've got a whole other set of boundaries. They didn't even match them up with the 6 county board districts, so we can further confuse our constituents. And they've redrawn the entire appellate court system for the first time in about 40 years. And I guess I really shouldn't compare what the legislature is doing to Mickey Mouse, because that's probably an insult to Mickey Mouse. It's just ridiculous that the legislature continued to do this. There's no one, the governor's not pushing back on them. There's no effective voice down in Springfield to say, stop doing this. And at some point, I think we have to do something to at least get it out that the legislature is doing an absolutely horrible job. And if that means we have to vote against this, then we vote against it. But I mean, between COVID and the Chicago teacher strike, you can't get any press on this. You can't get a whole lot of people, other than maybe people who are involved politically, to acknowledge what's going on. So if we vote no, maybe some people will become aware of what's going down in Springfield, because it's an absolute joke. And it's affecting this county negatively, and it's affecting the entire state negatively, because this is legislation that goes statewide, or substantially statewide. And I just wanted to also point out a couple of things. And, you know, I don't have a personality problem with the clerk. If she chooses not to be here, that's her choice. But to compare it to Mr. Berlin, I think is inappropriate, because when the rubber hits the road and we have a major case or a major piece of legislation or something that definitely affects us, Bob Berlin's here. And Bob Berlin speaks to it. And maybe we were in an executive session or we're in open session, but he's here. And he often defers to his subordinates to explain things to us, and that's fine. But to not be here, for the clerk not to be here, and she could very easily defer to Adam. He seems to know everything about what's going on here, and that would be great, because he's a very smart guy and he knows what's going on. But to not be here at all, I just think is, you're passing the buck, and the buck should stop with every elected official in their office. So I'm voting against this. It's a time we stood up and said something to Springfield that we're not going to take this garbage anymore. And if you want to pass it, there hasn't been a law passed ever since I've been an elected official that tells me I got to vote one way or the other. And I'm not violating my constitutional responsibility or anything else by voting no. So I think everybody else should vote no and get this over with, and let the chips fall where they may.
Thank you, Member Eckhoff. I'm going to take, in the spirit of a point of personal privilege, since Member Eckhoff did ask me if I recalled in the past legislation that required us to reduce the size of precincts. I just wanted to offer this thought a little bit for some historical perspective. And Pat Bond, thank you very much for your input here today. You know, Pat's been around a long time, almost as long as I have been. But, you know, Pat, you have a fiduciary duty to the clerk, of course. I think all of us are concerned about the threat of litigation, and yet we want to do our job here. And, you know, speculating about a mandamus action, feeling pressure, you know, I think everybody needs to put it in proper perspective. I mean, as long as I've been around, I've witnessed all sorts of changes from the legislature, litigation that has followed. You know, the bottom line is, you know, whether it's the legislature that's playing a role that it always does, and here I think it's particularly egregious. You know, people have pointed out that it goes back to the Census Bureau, and we got the clerk's office, the process. I mean, at the end of the day, our job here is to fulfill our sworn oath of office. And I don't think anybody should feel undue pressure to do anything other than that. And so with that, I'm going to call on Member Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of you who are here today, be you precinct committeemen, the League of Women Voters, NAACP. Occasionally we've had different roads to solutions to the problem, but more times than not, we ultimately get to the same result. The easy vote for me today would be yes to pass this, and then we could move on with the rest of what we do. I think, unfortunately, the tenor of the conversation today is turned on a referendum on the clerk or the clerk's office. It seems that there are people who feel this obligation to defend the clerk at all costs, even when sometimes the clerk isn't accused of doing something. As I said on Tuesday, and which was reiterated this morning, I don't blame the clerk for putting us in this position. Would I have liked more information? Yes. But I fault the legislature for putting the clerk's office and the election commission in a position where we were faced with this decision literally or figuratively at a moment's notice. This morning's conversation, I've kind of divided into two things: personal opinion and somewhat dramatic statements. We've talked about and we've heard that this map has to do with political gain. I've heard about subcircuits. Quite frankly, I don't know why we're talking about subcircuits. It has nothing to do with what we're dealing with today. Yeah, we talked about incumbency the other day, and I think that incumbency from a professional courtesy standpoint might have been a good idea to have been taken into consideration so that precinct committeemen weren't pitted against each other, who may have been working side by side over the years, and now are faced in potentially a contested election. I heard the word conspiracy used. I don't know where that came from. I don't know who thinks there's a conspiracy going on here. I heard the word that this is not a joke. I don't know that any of us think that this is a joke, otherwise we wouldn't be here on a Friday morning when many of us had something else planned for the day. I've also heard our former president's Trump name invoked. Makes the hair on my neck stand up when I hear it, because he's no longer the president, and what he says goes in one ear and out the other for the most part for me, and the only people who bring him up seem to be people who are in a particular party that's not my own. I don't know that oath of office is an issue here. I've been told we have an oath of office and we've got to take the oath. Well, because I don't agree with somebody doesn't mean that I take my oath any less serious than someone else. And quite frankly, I think that's got to be addressed. For me, the facts are simple. With all due respect, we never got 60 days notice. I never heard about this 60 days ago. I don't know that too many people did. Maybe the clerk did, but we as a county board didn't have 60 days to review this information. We essentially got this last week. Fact, we now have fewer precincts under this map, which means fewer precinct committeemen and committeewomen, which means not only fewer people to help you get elected, but fewer people to inform the voters. And that is what's bothersome to me, that if you have fewer people who are out there informing the voters, how is that good for democracy? Fewer precincts are going to mean a greater number of people per polling place, presumably. So if you've got multiple precincts in a polling place, 2 or 3, with 1,200 voters per precinct, you could have 2,000-3,000 people at a polling place. Given the lines that we saw in recent elections, how is that good for democracy? I don't see it. if I vote no today, and honestly, as I sit here right now, I don't know how I'm going to vote. I'm leaning toward a no vote because I don't like being put in a position where I have my feet to the fire. It'll be somewhat of a protest vote, and I said that on Tuesday. But if the precincts stay the same, is that the worst thing in the world? Is it a violation of the election code? Okay, so what? Let somebody challenge it. Let somebody have litigation. We've used the word mandamus a lot today, and for those who aren't lawyers, mandamus is a judicial writ issued as a command to an inferior court ordering a person to perform a public or statutory duty. It's when somebody tells a court, tell us what to do, direct us to do something. And the purpose of a mandamus is to remedy a defect of justice. It lies in cases where there's a specific right, but no specific legal remedy for enforcing that right. Boy, does that sound exactly what we're doing today. The purpose to remedy a defect of justice. If this map that got thrust upon us that has all of these problems isn't a defect of justice, I don't know what is. And if we can have this legal remedy to enforce that right, to have a judge tell us, you know what, this is what I think needs to be done, or justices, if it's an appellate court, to have that done, then I think it takes the politics out of it. It puts us in a position where each and every one of us can say we're just following what a group of judges have told us to do, because quite frankly, we're kind of at our wits' end here. I think a mandamus action is quite frankly the best resolution to this. So I would welcome, if we vote no, I'd welcome a challenge. I'd welcome a mandamus action. I'll be happy to be the nominal party plaintiff with Julie Renahan. Because you know what, it's maybe the only way we're going to go ahead and get this resolved in a way that's not going to have what we've been talking about over the past times. As I said, the easy vote here is yes. I'd like to get moving on it. I know that we've got people who have helped us and who inform voters who are wondering whether or not they're going to be precinct committee.
You don't know, question mark, or you're not at liberty to say, question mark.
What? Was that?
It looks like he just unmuted himself. Were we able to fix that? Okay, sorry. Continue, Member Tornatore.
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, again, at the end of the day, I think it's important that we all vote our conscience on this, and if we don't pass this, it's not going to be the end of the world, and perhaps the best way to resolve this is to have a mandamus action. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam.
Okay, thank you, Member Tornatore. We have a number of additional speakers, and we intend to call on all of them. This is a very robust conversation, very important conversation, but I am also advised that we have some practical concerns, and that is a few members would like to go to the restroom. So we'll try to move it along here, and if we go past, let's say, 10:45, maybe I'll be inclined to call a brief recess, if that's okay with everyone. So with that, I call on Member Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think everybody knows, unfortunately, I have two roles here, not only as a county board member, but as the Republican chairman. And I can tell you, people not doing our jobs. On 12/7, I ran into Scott McKay in between Transportation and Public Works, and he said, hey, we got to get you in and look at these maps. I said, okay, yeah, let me know. I want to bring people in and take a look at them. Nothing happened. Kept calling Scott, hey, what's going on? We're working on them. They should be done. Okay, let me know. Finally, I called him and said, what's going on? I mean, this is ridiculous. He says, you got to send me an email requesting this thing. So on the 29th of December, Scott, I'm concerned that we have not had a chance to see or give input on the new maps. When will we be able to see them? The next day, I get an email from the clerk's office stating, come on in. I don't think if I had sent that, I wouldn't even been brought in to see these maps at this point. I mean, we saw the article in the Daily Herald about Kane County. The clerk had the county board chairman, had county board members. They were going through the process. I mean, that's what we're talking about. And you know what bothers me too is that nobody's talking about trying to do some rough math, by going down here, we usually have three precincts per polling place. That's what we have right now. I don't know, because they won't tell us what an average is in each. We've asked for, well, can you give us the new map? Can you give us the new corresponding precincts with how many voters are in those precincts? We don't know. They said at the meeting on Tuesday, well, we don't know where the polling places are going to be. The biggest thing is that, just doing some rough math, we might have about 310 polling places if you take 3 per each precinct. If we continue that, they'll drop our polling places to 202. You talk about disenfranchising voters. And I was told, well, because of vote by mail and early voting, people don't vote on Election Day. Well, guess what? My party does vote on Election Day. They think it's their civic responsibility to get up on Election Day and go to the polling place. We know it's been changed because of COVID and everything else. But again, when we talk about all these voting rights and everything else, we're talking about lowering our precincts right now for money purposes. Shouldn't that be the opposite? Shouldn't we all talk about giving everybody the right to vote and being out there and giving them every opportunity? But in the meantime, here we are reducing them. And again, we've talked a lot about Springfield. Maybe this will send a message, because you know what? We're the largest county this affects, because always in their graces, the legislation from Springfield, county boards in each county, except in counties having a population of 3 million inhabitants or over. So we know what that is. So another piece of legislation that has taken Cook County out of the process and puts it squarely back on us. So maybe it is time to say something. You know, we tried to get this. I mean, can you imagine, and I thank the Democratic Party for working with us in such a quick time restraint that we had, but look at how much we got done over basically 24 hours, maybe 36 hours of trying to get things done. Just think if we had a couple weeks to do this. We could have done this a lot easier. You know what we have? I mean, we do have options here today. I think we have 3 options to think about before we take a break or whatever. We can pass the map, which I think that's what the motion was right now, is the same map that was on Tuesday. We can either pass that or not pass it. We don't pass it, then we might have hundreds of precincts that are in nonconformity. Or we amend it and we pass all the suggestions that the parties had, and we have a couple handfuls, maybe 20 or whatever the suggestions were, that we have that are non-conforming, but it's better than the other map. So we do have options here. So we have 3 options to think about. But again, we shouldn't have been put in this narrow time frame. And again, why do I feel like, you know, I was proud of the work we did at redistricting. I mean, what we saw is this legislation passed in veto in Springfield. And why were the numbers pushed back? Because there was no input from the Republicans down at the state level. None whatsoever. So what happened? They challenged them, they went to court. So that's why things got pushed back. And again, and maybe we get tired as a party not being part of the process. We didn't see it in congressional districts, we didn't see it in the House or the Senate here in the state. But in DuPage County, we did. We did it the right way. We had a bipartisan group. So again, when we're sitting here asking for help here, for us to do our jobs, that's all we're asking. I mean, yeah, is it a bad piece of legislation that puts our name in it more than the clerks? I mean, the clerks probably mentioned once, and we're mentioned 40, 50 times. Yeah, it is. But again, we have options. I don't know what the best option is. Honestly, I don't know what the best option is. But we need to work together. I don't know who this Matt Damus guy is, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure who he is. But he must get a lot of work. But again, thank you for everybody for coming. This is a big issue for us. It does affect a lot of people. And again, I'm trying to get feedback from my township chairs, because obviously I don't know what's going on. I'm asking them what their opinion is on what we should do today, because I really don't know what the best answer is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member and Chairman Zay. Next, we have Member Rutledge.
Again, thank you, Chairman. I just have a couple of points I want to make, and I want to agree with Member Chavez about the district maps that we drew. We unavoidably were voting for our own interests when we voted on those district maps. As far as this map goes, we are voting on behalf of the PCs. So I think that's the difference. The second the second question I have is if Mr. Bond is still on. He talked about an extremely litigious society that we're seeing right now. So if we do pass these maps, could the townships, the party officials, and the public also sue us because we disenfranchised a third of our PCs? That's my question. Thank you.
Is Mr. Bond still on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please proceed.
You're muted. There you are. Please proceed, Pat Bond.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly couldn't comment on who would have standing. There's only a limited number of parties who would actually have standing to raise any challenges. My observation of the litigious nature of it was not focused in DuPage County or even the state of Illinois, but as you've seen in the national news, this was probably one of the November election was probably one of the most litigated elections that we've seen in memory, including the Bush-Gore matter. So, but in terms of, it would have to be a party who would have standing to bring an action, and to comment further would be speculation on my part.
Thank you, Mr. Bond, but we are speculating both ways of this coin, are we not?
With all due respect, I'm not sure what I'm listening to the debate. I'm not sure the speculation. With respect to, is it subject to a challenge? My legal opinion, it could be subject to a challenge. The number of people under the law that would have the ability to challenge it, you have to have an interest in need of protection in order to have standing in any litigation to bring that litigation. So it would have to be a party who would be impacted by the inaction if there's no vote taken on the redistricting of the precincts. It would have to be a party impacted on that lack of action. And as I indicated, that would be someone who believes that the maps that exist, whether it's the current or some other form, do not comply with Illinois law. And that would be, that could prove to be the basis. Whether they would have standing to do that or not, they would have to be impacted by the decision that's being made by the county board.
Agreed, but again, my question is if we do pass this map, would we be open to any litigation from that side of our decision?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, that side of the decision. Would there be a party and interest that would be impacted by that? To the extent that you are, by law, you're required to reduce the number of precincts, which will necessarily reduce the number of precinct committee persons. But those individuals would not have standing to challenge that law because, one, they don't have what's called a property interest in continuing in that position. The current elected precinct committee persons have a term of office. That term of office will expire prior to the implementation of the new map. So that everyone elected would have a new term of office for those precincts. So there would not be standing there, and to the extent that the map passed by the county board, otherwise complied with the contiguous territory compact form, convenience of the voters as near as practicable to 1,200, and as near as possible situated in single representative legislative congressional districts, there would not be any standing to challenge that action from any of those individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you.
Okay, I have on the list here of those seeking recognition, the remaining members seeking recognition followed, it would be Chavez, Renahan, Covert, Schwarzy, and Garcia. So if anyone else is seeking recognition, those are the remaining speakers. With that, Member Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I want to reiterate what Member Zay said, is that if we just had a couple more weeks. So I would like to ask either Attorney Pat Bond or Lisa, I'm not sure who to direct this to, but what if we as a board were to say, listen, we need a few more weeks because we just did not have enough time, and we proposed that we present these maps at the next finance meeting, which I believe is January 25th, if I'm not mistaken. And we're acting in good faith to get this done. And I think that those surrounding could see it would give a deadline for our township chairs, that they would be able to tell their PCs who are going to be running in the next election that will know the maps for sure on this 25th deadline, but we just need a little more time. Is that even an option?
Lisa's coming up to the podium here to help answer that.
Would be my understanding that dates set forth in the statute are not discretionary, so you would not have the discretion to come back at the January 25th meeting to approve these maps.
So it's today
Today's the 60 days.
or nothing. Or,
Today's the 60 days or June.
Or June, but then June's not a viable option because it'd be right in the middle of an election cycle. So I'm not even counting that as an option. So then it would be realistically after November. So the status quo maps, if we vote no today, would stay the 900-ish precincts until we as a board choose to bring this back, which would best be advised to be in November so as not to interrupt an election cycle. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. I wish that was an option, but it doesn't sound like it is.
You concluded your remarks, Member Chavez?
Yes, my apologies, I did.
Yeah. Member Renahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So no doubt we are left with a less than perfect process, and the state has left us with a gaping hole that we're all wrestling with. 60 days certainly not optimal, and it's really no surprise that so many people are unhappy. But what concerns me, to think that there is anything proper about imposing on the clerk who oversees the election process requests to bow to partisan political requests, it just concerns me so greatly. The preferred path to enhance integrity in the electoral process and to give faith to voters is to pass objective maps, or not pass them. But what we shouldn't do is draw maps that would work backwards to get a preordained result, or choose a certain precinct captain. Yes, there are room for tweaks. I think we can all agree with that. I mean, I'd like to thank the clerk for her commitment. And, just point out, here's someone I respect quite a bit because she has faced a lawsuit where she was been accused of doing things that were politically motivated. So I think we need to take that into consideration. But I'd especially like to thank our county employees, who, by the way, are bound by ethics ordinance not to engage in the political process. Our GAS team, our election commission people, they have worked hard to overlay data, objective information. And why would we want to open them up to second guessing in their roles about subjective requests? That does not seem fair to me. In this time of political division, I think so many people are disgusted with politics. My overarching objective today is to give residents faith in the process. And, drawing precinct maps should be an objective process. My last thought, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out here today. I do appreciate the work of PCs. I have been an elected PC. I've been an appointed PC. I got to say, it's all good work, no matter what we do, no matter if we are on the executive committee or not. It's all part of democracy, and just as every vote counts, every person's actions count. And I respect the people who knock doors and get petitions done, and everybody is important, and I don't think it makes it less so whether maybe you didn't retain a position as a precinct committee person or not. Really, you're all part of this body. So, thank you.
Thank you. Member Covert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to quickly say that, this is about, I agree with Member Ranahan, this is about process. It's about process, which we did not have. It's about time, which we did not have. It's about transparency, which we did not have. And I don't want to rush through this. I don't think it's a good idea. And I think that we have an opportunity in June or after November elections. And it's my gut feeling. I just don't think that supporting this today would be a reasonable solution, because these maps have great impact on people. And I definitely wouldn't want to rush through something that would have a significant impact on constituents. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Schwarzy, next, followed by Member Garcia, who will be our final speaker today. Member Schwarzy.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So I too agree that this is a process-oriented debate for the most part, and I certainly would love to do the right thing to make everybody happy here. You know, sometimes as elected officials and certainly as passionate voters, we sometimes tend to cut off our nose to spite our face when we're casting our votes for certain things. And really what this boils down to is are we as elected officials willing to gamble on a lawsuit or multiple lawsuits? That's really all this boils down to. You know, Member Tornatore expressed his thoughts about that very, very clear, and I respect his thoughts on that. You know, how much would it cost if this happened? You know, we certainly have some big congressional primary races among many, many other lower level races. You know, what would as state's attorney, what would our defense be? Do we have a defense on something like this? I don't, you know, there, again, Member Tornatore commented some law that he was reading off of, but I think it just boils down to, are we as elected officials willing to gamble on no lawsuits? And I think that's our answer. Yes, whether it's a yes or no vote. So thank you.
Member Garcia.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'll make this quick because I know everyone's got to go and we're all getting a little tired. And I do appreciate everybody who came out here today and gave their opinion. I just had 2 points of clarification I wanted to ask either Pat Bond or Lisa. And I'm wondering if we can approve the maps with modifications, like certain modifications. I thought before, Lisa, you had said that we had to be, it was an all or nothing, and I just wasn't quite sure what you're saying on that. I'm still okay with including a modified resolution here to approve the map with the townships that have the conforming ones, but I'm not sure if that's something that we can or cannot do. When I was referring to that before, any modifications you make, they need to be consistent so that way we're not leaving somebody out. That's all I was saying. It's better to include them all at once so that way we're not leaving something out. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure that.
So are you saying that that all of the modifications that we were given by election division, if they do conform, they should be included in the amended
If the board
resolution?
decides to consider the amendments, they can make a decision to adopt those amendments, yes. But I'm just saying, we can't, I thought the question before was, can we approve some and not others? I just want to make sure that there's no, part of this that are left out. I just, I know there's a lot going on with all these different maps. I just want
Right.
to make sure we're not leaving out or we have mistakes. But we can certainly approve some as long as they all have to be approved, but we can approve
Right.
some modifications, but not all.
Okay. And my second question was, if we do not vote on this map, I'm leaning to voting for a map with some modifications, but if we do not do that and we have to wait till November, now let's say that all the precinct committeemen's elections are now done and over in June, and then they are consolidated, so we've got 2 now electeds in the same precinct. What is the stand on that? I mean, how do we determine who is the elected precinct person now at that point?
That's the concern.
Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to clear up for everybody. So that's going to be a huge problem if we wait till after the election. So this is why this needs to be done today.
That's why the statute said it to be done today, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear, so this is going to be a huge problem. Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, there does not appear to be anyone else seeking recognition on this matter. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Chairman Salmon?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Member Ozog has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I need to ask a question related to what was just discussed. I'm not clear, if we were to approve, I'm looking here at, I believe, 20 out of 33 are conforming, or no, 20 out of 33 are no's, the others would be conforming. If we approve the conforming, just on the last row, if we approve the conforming changes that were requested per precinct, okay, does that then have cascading effect on the other precincts. And does that, or are they independent? We can approve these changes and not approve the ones that are not conforming. I'm not clear what our abilities are. If the cascading issue is such, then that would have to be taken into account. So, Mr. Johnson, if you can address that.
And certainly Lisa can come and correct me if there's any legal implications to my answer to that question. My understanding, the ordinance before you today is written in such a way to pass 9 township maps that would then cover the entirety of the county with new precincts. You as the board procedurally have to make an amendment into that ordinance to fill the contents of those 9 township maps. So we have given you multiple options per township to choose which maps you amend into the ordinance. And I believe what Lisa's point was you need to pass a full set of 9. You can choose to pass some hodgepodge of maps from the different lists that we gave you according to your policy decision, but you need to pass 9 township maps. Is that accurate? Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm advised that there's a few more folks seeking recognition, and at the same time, I know that there are at least 2 members that would really like to take a quick break. So why don't we take a brief 5-minute break here, go to the restroom, do what you got to do, but let's be back here pronto. Let's say 10:55. Let's be ambitious here, if we may, please. All right, is that okay? Does anybody have any objection? Hearing no objection, Mr. Clerk and State's Attorney, we're going to stand down here for about 8 minutes, please. Ashley Selman in the chair. Maybe wait another minute or so. It looks like a lot of empty seats in the boardroom there right now, but yeah, there they are, all coming back in. So why don't we ask the deputy clerk to call the roll, just to make sure that we have a quorum and everyone's back and ready to do business, please.
Chaplain.
Here.
Chavez.
I could go get it from the break room. They aren't there? Oh.
Covert.
Here.
Desart.
Here.
DeCiani.
Here.
Eckhoff. Garcia.
Here.
Hart. Krajewski. LaPlante. Ozog. Pachowski.
Here.
Renahan. Rutledge. Schwarzy. Selman.
Here.
Tornatori. Zay. Chavez.
Okay, we last heard, I believe, from member Garcia. Was there anyone else, any other member of the board that is seeking recognition at this point?
I had member Eckhoff on my list, but I don't see him back in the room.
Maybe we'll wait a minute here, because I think if he's the last speaker, we're just going to go to the next order of business, which is old business. So.
Oh no, we have to vote.
We have to vote still.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, can't forget that part.
Excuse me, Chairman Cronin. If it would.
You want to go find Grant, Member Chaplain? Could you go look for him?
No.
I'm kidding. Sorry.
Well, I would just like to, at some point, state clarification of the motion that I made, what it entails, because I'm not sure everybody knows what this motion is, and then we're gonna need to amend it. But so whenever.
Okay, so your original motion was to adopt this resolution, correct?
Well, it's a generic motion saying we need to adopt a map. So we have to come up with the map that we're going to adopt.
But isn't there a map before us right
there's
now?
no map before us, so that's the tricky part.
Mm,
So that's
yes,
why.
it is.
So I have the state's attorney's office now writing up 3 amendments, conforming, a semi-conforming, and then a totally not conforming. Maybe we just vote all those up and down. I don't know, until we find one that we all agree on.
Madam State's Attorney, could you offer us a little direction here, please? And then I want to recognize we're waiting on Member Eckhoff and then Member DeCiani. So Lisa Smith, would you be kind enough to kind of outline exactly what it is? I know you described it a little bit ago, but in the context of a motion and a second procedurally, what are we moving on? What are we considering? Where are we?
Well, I think that we're trying to come up with, I think we're trying to come up with a version or an amendment that would incorporate differing versions of the maps that the board has been presented with. So we're just about done typing that up.
So we're like drawing a map right now as we speak, in the 11th hour trying to approve that map. Is that kind of a fair assessment?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Kind of crazy. Member Eckhoff, do you want to say something? And then Member DeCiani. Member Eckhoff, are you there? I can see you.
Mr. Chairman, I had my volume on low. Just asked to join the meeting remotely.
Did you want to offer some comment? I have you on our list of those seeking recognition.
Well, when I was in the chambers, I was asking to call the question.
Oh, okay. All right. We're trying to figure out what that question is right now. Member DeCiani, please.
Yeah, and I know Member Chaplin is asking about different options here and whatnot. I personally, and I think there's enough bipartisan support where I'm not comfortable, and many of us are not comfortable with the reduction of the PCs by a third. I think any of the options that are going to be thrown at us here are very quick to the table, and I'll have 1/3 less precinct committeemen, which is troubling to me. I personally think we should vote no on this now, send a message to Springfield that we're not happy with this process. And I would recommend we put together a bipartisan team, similar how we did our county board maps. Bring that third-party person in that we hired for the map process, which was agreeable by the Democrats. And we get a bill filed in Springfield to keep the same number of precinct committeemen, but yet tend to the legislative changes that they made to the state and federal offices so that we will be in compliance. But to lose a third of our representation on both sides of the aisle, I think is disingenuous to the voters of our county. And that's why I personally, given all these last minute changes, I'll be voting no. But I would put a good faith effort into a bipartisan team, as we did with the mapping for the 6 districts, and get this accomplished hopefully by June. We're we're at the beginning of legislative session. We've got some pretty good representation in Springfield. Hopefully we can get agreement between both sides of the aisle to keep DuPage County in a good position of representation. These committeemen cost the taxpayers nothing. There's no extra cost to have the precincts in a similar size count that we currently have. So in good faith, as a bipartisan, I would offer that, and we can bring this to a close and send the message and assemble that bipartisan team, get a bill filed, and let's move forward that we can all work together on and come to an agreement on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member DeCiani. I know that Member Ozog is seeking recognition. I can see her with her hand up. But I did want to, procedurally, we have Member Eckhoff was moved from the boardroom into a remote location, so I need to ask for the record, with leave of the body, is there any objection to Member Eckhoff participating at this stage remotely?
So moved.
Hearing none, seeing none, I think procedurally we're in a better position now to go forward with Member Eckhoff participating remotely. And with that, Member Ozog, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to respond to this idea that we send a message to Springfield. We have to follow the law. This is a signed piece of legislation. And if we don't approve something and wait till either June or even after November, first of all, what happens in these cases where there are 2 PCs elected? Who decides that? That then becomes a Solomon question, and I don't see how that gets resolved. But the major issue here, though, is that the legislature did pass this, okay? And one of the reasons to do that was to reduce the number of polling places. That is an expense. Getting volunteers is difficult, even though they're paid. We had to raise the pay. We are in a pandemic that may last at least another year. But going forward, we also have to adapt to the future. We've had to adapt to electronic voting. We're going to have to adapt in spite of what we were told earlier that my party turns out on election day, vote by mail. And eventually, I do my taxes online, okay? So eventually we will have online voting. The world changes and we have to change with it. And in that perspective, the number of precincts being reduced is also about election efficiency. And as well, there will still be representation at the precinct level. But at the bottom line, this is about how we conduct our elections. And we are going to have to move forward and be more nimble. And reducing the number of precincts, in my opinion, makes us have fewer precincts, fewer polling places, and makes elections more manageable, okay? But in the situation today, I really do believe we need to pass something today. It is the law, and I believe we need to follow the law. That is part of our oath, that we uphold the Constitution, the laws of the state of Illinois. Whether we like it or not, it was passed, and it is what we've been mandated to do. Thank you.
Okay, I know that Member Sadia Covert is also seeking recognition. Member Covert, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really confused right now as to what we're voting for. I feel like we're playing games, and I don't like to play games. I don't know what options we're voting on. I haven't seen the options. I only have one map in front of me right over here. I don't know if this is option 1, 2, or 3. I have no clue. And then also, stop scaring us with lawsuits. We can have lawsuits either way. That has no bearing on the impact that, that it'll have on our constituents. So I have no idea what's going on here. There's no options presented. It feels like, these maps are being drawn like right now. This is not the proper way to do things as a county board member, as a county board. So let's stop the games. Let's vote on this and move forward.
So just for clarification, Chairman, if I could, we currently have a motion and a second on the resolution or the ordinance as written. And then, Member Chaplin, if you want to elaborate on what your
If I
current
could,
effort
please.
is.
Thank you, Vice Chair Selman. So my understanding is the ordinance that we have before us is an ordinance for the board to adopt a map today. So if there is an appetite to adopt a map today, we would vote yes on this ordinance. If there is no appetite to adopt a map today and leave things status quo, we would vote no on this ordinance. Now, if we vote yes on this ordinance to adopt a map today, then we will have to amend and we will have to go forward and figure out which map we want to adopt. And I believe that's correct, State's Attorney? Yes. So I guess if you have any questions, ask the State's Attorney.
Is that
Thank
clear
you.
for everyone then? So we're voting yes or no on changing the maps at all. If yes, then we will discuss an amendment. If no, our business is complete for the day. So you're
Okay,
first.
do we have someone else? I saw a hand go up in the back of the boardroom there.
Mr. Tornatori.
I see what Member Chaplin is saying, but if I don't know what the map is, how do I know whether I want to vote on a map or not? I mean, that's the problem that I have. If I knew what map we had in front of us, then my vote up or down would be based on something. Right now, you're telling me that I've got to vote yes on a map without knowing what that map is going to look like, and to me, that's just incongruous.
If I could address that, would that be okay?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Cronin. So Member Tornatori, so I suppose that the maps that we could vote on would be the map that the clerk brought forward last Tuesday. We could vote on the map that is conforming with the changes that were, we could take the changes that have yes, that conform, and add those onto the clerk's map. That could be one map that we vote on, or we could vote on a map that includes all the yes and no's and, have a non-conforming map. So I think those would be our three options. If that makes sense to you, I don't know. So
I have a question, if I may, for our state's attorney, Lisa Smith. So are you at all concerned about the process right now that we don't have a final product? We don't have proper notification. We don't have circulation. It hasn't been posted. I don't think the members of the, are you comfortable with this process right now?
I am comfortable. The maps have been provided, and I think what would have to happen, there would have to be some clarity as to what ones you're actually adopting, and that's what's left to decide. So all the maps have been out there; they're in everyone's possession. They would have to determine which one they're adopting in each case.
Okay. Member Tornatori, were you finished with your questions? Member Tornatori, I'm sorry, were you seeking?
I don't have any further questions, but as I said, Mr. Chairman, I'm just as confused as I was before. If I don't know what map is in front of me, I don't know how to vote.
Okay, so Member Chaplin, since this is your motion, why don't you try to describe for us what it is in some order, what first up you're proposing, and if you could describe it for us with some specificity, that would be great.
Yes, so thank you, Chairman Cronin. So the motion that I made, and I don't know who seconded it, I think Member Ozog, was an ordinance establishing the boundaries of the county election precincts. So if we approve this ordinance, if we vote yes on this, then we have to go and amend it. And we can, because we're saying, yes, we want to adopt a map today. So then we have some options. We can adopt the map that was presented on Tuesday.
So when do we do the amendment? It's not a final product in front of us right now.
Right,
is that what you're saying?
So how do we do this amendment? So if we vote yes, how do I amend when it's already been voted yes on, correct?
You can't vote on a resolution after you've already passed it. You
Right.
have to amend it prior to the.
So we have to amend it prior. So I guess, can we take a poll straw if we're gonna vote for amendment?
What you're trying to do is trying to comply with some requirement from the legislature by putting up some sort of hollow, resolution, but it's not really final, and we haven't really looked at all the boundary lines, and we don't really know the full impact as we sit here today prepared to cast a vote. Doesn't that sound kind of crazy?
Well,
Member Pachowski.
I thought Liz was correct. We were going to vote yes or no. If we pass the resolution, we could always file a motion to reconsider, but let's vote whether we want to do this map or not. Because if a majority say no, then it's a moot point, we're done. If a majority says yes, I think you can then have a motion to reconsider, and then you can address an amendment if those who pass that amendment concur to change it. I like Liz's first point. Let's see if we're going to vote yes or no, and if it's a no, we're done. And if it's a yes, then I think a motion to reconsider could potentially be used on these various maps if that's what the majority body wants to do.
Okay, thank you, Member Pachowski. I understand Member Renahan is seeking recognition.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that we all kind of know if there's a no vote, we're essentially saying no to the state legislator. We're not going to comply with the law, which is concerning to me. But it's also concerning because it probably necessitates us not complying in July, when it basically says if we don't do it now, we have to do it in July. And what's concerning about that is all the precinct committee people who would have won their primary then in June would then be displaced. And so then we have ticked them off. We've really upset the hornet's nest, right? Because all these people who legally won their precinct committee position will not be able to be placed. And so we're going to have to cull somehow, unless we're just not going to do it in July as well. So this is concerning that we're just not going to abide.
Well, I think the advice of the state's attorney was we're not going to take it up until after the election cycle's over. So we just operate under the old precinct committeeman map, which is not the end of the world.
But essentially, that's twice that we're basically saying we're not going to follow the law. So I think that's a serious matter to me, at least.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why we're having a hard time following the law here. There's a lot of people that have contributed to this whole dysfunction. Looks like a couple other people. Member Covert is seeking recognition in the back row, I see, followed by Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make the point. I want to respond to that. We are not appeasing Springfield today. I've heard this word Springfield in our state legislature several times. We are working for the county, we're working for our constituents, and we're representing everybody in the county. I don't know why Springfield keeps popping up. I'm not here to appease the state. And we have an option to adopt this map or not. That's why we're here. So basically, I'm representing my people. Thank you.
Member Ozog, and then I know that Member LaPlante and Member Chavez are also seeking recognition. So why don't we go in that order? Ozog, LaPlante, Chavez.
And Chaplin.
And Chaplin.
And Chaplin. And Chaplin.
Okay, with all due respect, on November 23rd, the governor signed this into law. This is not about Springfield or a decision or some minor issue. This is the law. And I think we really do need to think about what we're doing if we push this down the road, because if you have an election in June and these people are elected as PCs on the current map, and then we still have to follow consolidation of these precincts in July or November, are you going to call a special election to solve this problem of who is going to be the PC in these legally requested? Legally, we have to follow the law. It's the law. And I'm not a lawyer, but it's pretty obvious that the legislator, the governor signed this. It is a law, okay? This is not about Springfield and send a message to Springfield. We don't get to do that when it's actually a passed and signed law, okay? And how are you going to solve this problem if you allow, we have 900 precincts, then you're going to have to reduce it anyway, assuming it's still the law. I mean, you can try to lobby to change the law in the interim, but I don't think that's going to happen. So how are you going to solve the problem of the number of precincts when it will be reduced by 1/3? I don't understand how we don't get to, or we are not going to be following our oath to follow the Constitution and the laws of the state of Illinois when I'm hearing that it's about Springfield and sending a message. It's not a message, it's a law. So we really need to decide how we're going to do this map. And as far as I can see, there's two options. We either pass or fail the map that we saw on Tuesday, or we amend it according to what I see here, conformity. And if the changes that have been requested by the two political parties are conforming, and this is all based on criteria that we've already heard several times, then we can vote on an amended map. That's our two options as far as I can see. But to push it further down the road is to not solve the issue in front of us, which is complying with a law that was signed into law November 23rd. Thank you.
Okay, Member LaPlante, followed by Chavez, followed by Chaplin, Garcia, and then Zay.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cronin. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and people heard that that is not actually the only option, that this wouldn't take place in June or July. To your point, it would take place after November election. So just to make clear, I'm just trying to offer clarity on a couple of comments that I heard. It seems to be an awful lot of confusion. Thank you.
Member Chavez.
Mr. Chairman, I think that overall I'll be a no vote on this today because I just don't have the information that I need. This was too rushed. We have maps that some are conforming, some aren't. I mean, the fact that we would sit here and go map by map by map to me is pure insanity. So I just think that this, and I won't reiterate my earlier comments, but this lack of planning on part of, whether it's the legislature putting in too quickly of a deadline or the clerk's office not getting it done in a timely fashion, I feel like Member Tornatore used feet to the fire. I can't vote on something just because I feel pressured from a time perspective. And so I don't really even know, I'm equally confused as to even how we would start to break this down.
Thank you, Member Chavez. Member Chaplin.
Thank you, Chairman Cronin. Well, I'm not confused at all. We were presented with a legally conforming map on Tuesday. That is a fact. We have a legally conforming map that conforms to the law that we have to follow here. Also, we are a country founded on laws. Just because you don't like a law doesn't mean you don't follow it. I mean, we're abdicating our duties today on this board floor if we do not adopt a map. And I am voting, I am perfectly comfortable, just like in our redistricting committee, we had a legally conforming good map that was done in a fair and unbiased manner. This is the exact same thing we have here in front of here today, and I am stunned at what I'm hearing. I'm stunned at the about faces of comments of board members. I am just stunned. Like I said, this is important work. It's the law. If we don't and let me remind this board, for the last 2 years, maybe you didn't read the legislative agenda, but I did. We told our lobbyists to go to Springfield and do this. So why people are shocked today, why they're saying they don't have a map in front of them, we have a perfectly good legal conforming map. And I am astounded that there are members that are saying they don't care if a lawsuit comes against this county. We are stewards of the taxpayer dollars. I mean, I don't know. So it's up to you guys. If you want to vote it down, let's vote it down. If you want to take a vote on a map, but we don't say we don't have a map here, because we have a perfectly good conforming legal map.
Okay. Member Garcia. And I understand Nick Kotmeyer has something to say, and then I want to finish with Jim Zay.
You want to go first, Nick? Go ahead.
I just wanted to talk process a little bit, because our original thought was you approve it and you can amend it with the map, but the dilemma that will create, we were just talking it through, is if you vote yes to approve a map, but then you don't agree on the amendment, that creates an issue. So probably the easiest path forward, because what was presented in your packet was a resolution or an ordinance that does not have maps attached, because they weren't ready at that time. So there has to be maps included in any vote. So I would probably, your options for making these precinct changes would be you adopt the map that was introduced by the clerk's office on the 11th, which would be the original ones. You have a group of maps that has the changes that were requested by board members that are in compliance with the law, and then you have the final group that would be all the changes in there. Some of them are compliant, some of them are not. I would recommend that maybe you go from your first motion would be the maps as presented, vote on that. If that's voted up or down, then you move to the maps with the changes that are in compliance, vote that up or down, and then you can go to the final third option. But I think you're going to have to vote on a specific set of maps, each one, as we've kind of figured it out.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Nick. Thank you, Nick. My question was kind of answered by what you're saying, because I think there needs to be more clarification. So if we vote no on the original motion, we can still come back and make a new motion, including the maps that are going to have conforming information on them according to what the state legislature is requiring. Is that correct?
So the question would be, if the initial motion is voted down,
right,
and we're in kind of uncharted territory here a little bit with how we're doing this, because can you vote on another issue after you do it? And the question is how we structure it so that you can have the vote. So I'm going to defer to Lisa on that one. Is there, it's done, but
Right,
how do they have the consideration for the 3 different versions? That's the question.
Take it.
Lisa, correct me if I'm saying anything wrong. What would make the most sense procedurally would be to do an amendment first where we say and include language saying, as presented on the county board floor, January 11th, and Liz, that's the only change on that motion in front of you, saying January 11 incorporated. So that amendment will include what you guys saw on Tuesday. So what it would be is you'd be taking a straight up or down vote on the map that you saw on Tuesday. Option number 2 would be taking in consideration both all of the political parties' comments that are conforming and non-conforming. That would be the second amendment. You can do a straight up or down vote on that one. The third amendment that you guys could go through is what we're considering version 3, just so we're trying to get it to where we can have the maps proper, would be the political parties' comments, but only the ones that are conforming. So it's a bit of a mixture of that first and second maps. So my suggestion, I'm not legal counsel, but if legal counsel agrees, we'd first do an amendment saying option 1, which is what you saw Tuesday. You do a straight up or down vote on that. From there, legal counsel and I will real quick sit down. We'll make sure the second motion is ready for you guys. You can read it. Then you can take that vote. If that doesn't pass, we can do the third vote or in any fashion of that nature. So that would be the suggestion that we have as staff, and we think that's the easiest way for you guys to have this discussion.
So what I'm hearing, just to make sure, Jason, is that if the first one doesn't, we are going to come back. This is not, it's not going to, because what I was first hearing was it was going to completely kill it.
No.
It kills the first option.
It kills the first option. That's why we do it as an amendment, so you're not killing the main motion.
Okay.
That's making it so we can continue to discuss this and be proper about it from a parliamentarian procedure standpoint.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Real quick.
Chairman, I see Member Covert and Member Tornatori with questions.
Just a really follow-up question.
Okay, go ahead, Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a really quick question for Jason. So if we go over option 2, which are the amendments, and option 3, are we going to have those drafts of the maps in front of us before we vote on it?
So you, in your email last night, you did receive, to the best of my knowledge, all 3 of those options.
Is it public?
And I believe Tom Rickard has printed them, so if that's something we need to distribute, we can distribute after the first amendment. I mean, I imagine all of you have seen the first one, so I don't know if we have to pass those out, but if you'd like, we'll do that.
Is it publicly available right now, as of yet, to the public?
I'm going to defer to the clerk's office on that. I don't know if it's publicly available.
I know that the first proposal of maps that was presented on Tuesday have been on the county board website for over a week. The latest maps incorporating the county board's requested political considerations were literally drawn up yesterday and distributed to the board last night. To the best of my knowledge, those maps have not been publicly posted.
Okay, because I have constituents that are watching this video, they are in this room, and I think they would appreciate it if they had a look at the maps as well. And you know, it needs to be, we need to be transparent to the public as well.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to amend the original motion, if I can. Chairman Cronin, if we can move.
Yeah, okay. Please state your motion.
I'm making a motion.
I'm so sorry. Member Tornatori was next in your line.
I'm sorry, Sam. I have you on the list here. I listened to, so please, Member Tornatori.
That's okay. I just want to point out that I've read the legislation, and we've talked, I've heard some people say, this is the law, we have to do this, and if we don't, I guess they're going to come and take us away. It says the shall be the duty, it says shall be the duty of the Board of Commissioners established by Article 6 to divide the city, village, and incorporated town, which may adopt, may. That's not specific language, may adopt. I don't know of any law, if you want to call this a law, that tells us we have to vote on something, even if that's a mandate, but then tells us we have to vote yes. That, I think, is unconstitutional. I mean, why have us vote if we must vote one way or the other? So from a standpoint of a concern about whether we're violating some law or not, there is a language in here that says may as opposed to shall, and if we choose not to do it, I don't know that we're necessarily incriminating ourselves in some way. But also, I certainly don't think that anyone, judicial or otherwise, would think that it's right or fair for the legislature to impose not only an obligation for us to vote, but to vote a particular way. That seems to me to be an abrogation of our duties. But I'm more than happy to listen to any amendments you have, Member Chaplin, and move forward on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Excuse me. So, Member Zay, I wanted to make sure we call on Member Zay, and then let's go to Liz to try to articulate the precise words of this motion, please. Member Zay.
I'm used to it with the Z. I'm used to being skipped over.
No.
You know, I think the comments that were made that we have a legal conforming map are not 100% true. Mr. Adam, don't we have several precincts that don't conform in some area because of one reason or another? So, I mean, they're not completely conforming. I mean, it's as best as you could do, right? So we do have some precincts that are not in total conformity.
So the legal standard, you're given a set of requirements in terms of contiguous territory, in terms of, remaining within one congressional district on down the line, as practicable, as Attorney Bond explained earlier. Obviously, all of those, thank you very much. I have the language in front of me. Says the county board in each county, except in counties having a population of 3 million inhabitants of over, shall, at its regular meeting in June or an adjourned meeting in July, divide its election precincts so that each precinct shall contain, as near as may be practicable, 1,200 registered voters. Insofar as is practicable, each precinct shall be situated within a single congressional, legislative, and representative district, and in not more than one county board district and one municipal ward. So our staff, over the course of the past 2 months, has taken those criteria, applied them to the precinct maps, consulted with our attorney, Patrick Bond, and based on council's judgment, we feel that the maps that have been presented do conform with the requirement as is practicable.
But there are some that are, some state house seats there's some state senate, there's some congressional. There are some, so it's not 100%.
There are cases.
It's a great job of getting it as close as humanly possible.
Correct, which is the legal standard. There are cases where our staff determined it was not practicable to meet every single one of those criteria simultaneously. We have had, legal advice from Pat Bond as to how to prioritize those, conflicts when they occur, and so we do feel that the map that was presented on Tuesday does meet that legal standard.
Okay, and then what everybody's saying that we have to do is the law. Reading off that same paragraph you're reading off, it says, oh God, I put my glasses on. If for any reason the county board fails any year to redivide or adjust the election, then the districts or precincts then existing shall continue to the next regular meeting in June. So it's not saying you have to do it. There is a provision in there. If you don't do it, then this happens next. So it's not saying it's the law. We have to do this. You have to vote it up or down. It doesn't say that. I mean, again, no board can tell somebody what it needs to do. I mean, again, like Member Tornatore had said, you have the right to vote yes or no on this, as far as I can see. I mean, it's still America, I guess, right, Sam? Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no one else seeking recognition other than Liz to articulate the motion that's before us, or how do you wish to proceed, Member Chaplin?
Yeah. I move to amend paragraph 14 of the ordinance to read, whereas the precinct maps proposed in exhibits 1 through 9 as presented on the county board floor on January 11, 2022, and incorporated into this ordinance, exhibit 1, Addison Township, exhibit 2, Bloomingdale Township, exhibit 3, Downers Grove Township, exhibit 4, Lyle Township, exhibit 5, Milton Township, exhibit 6, Naperville Township, exhibit 7, Wayne Township, exhibit 8, Winfield Township, and exhibit 9, York Township. Each establishes new precincts as shown on the maps. Do I have a second? Oh, sorry, you do that, sorry.
Hope you're muted, Mr. Chairman. There you go.
I'm sorry. So where are we? So that's the motion. Is there a second? Member Ozog, second. we've thoroughly discussed this. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, can you add me?
Sorry,
Can you add me to the video so I can vote?
did we do that? We did that earlier, I think.
No, well, thank you. I
Is
missed
there
it.
any objection, just for the record here, making sure, we did seek leave of the body. If there's anyone objects to Member Eckhoff participating remotely, I don't see anybody. I don't hear anybody.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
We're voting on the map that was presented on Tuesday. That's what we're voting on. So there's no changes, no nothing. This is the original map that we've been talking for 3 hours on. That was the original map. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Yes. Yes. Thank you for that clarification, Member Zay. So there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Chavez.
No.
Covert.
No.
Desart.
Yes.
DeCiani.
No.
Eckhoff.
No.
Garcia.
Aye.
Hart. Krajewski. LaPlante. Ozog.
Yes.
Pachowski.
No.
Renahan. Rutledge.
No.
Schwarzy. Selman. Tornatori. No. And Zay.
No.
I couldn't hear all the votes, so Mr. Deputy Clerk, you're going to have to announce what the tally is, please.
6 voting aye, 10 voting no.
Okay, the motion fails.
Motion.
Mr. or Madam or Member Chaplin.
Can we, I'm pausing for the language for the next motion from the state's attorneys, so we can vote on a second map.
I thought what we were doing is once we voted on that amendment, we would vote on the underlying ordinance, or is that not correct now? So we have to do all three and then the other
Yes.
one? Okay, just want to make sure.
Where are my glasses? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I clarify what this next amendment coming is?
Okay, so these are motions to consider amendments. Is that what we're doing right now, Jason? Okay, so this is amendment number 2. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and explain as best as you can what it is that we're voting on now?
Thank you, sir. So option 1, as we said, was the original maps you saw Tuesday. Option 2 now is considering all of the requests from both political parties being incorporated. And there is a number that's non-conforming in that regards, is what I understand. But that is what option 2 is. It's that version 2 that you saw that the clerk's office sent out. And I don't remember what we titled it, the political party request. So that is what amendment 2 is, or at least that's how it's written by legal counsel.
And when was this version published, Jason, may I ask?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, what was that?
When was this amendment 2, this version of a map, when was that published? When was it made public to?
That was, Mr. Clerk, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that is what you sent out last night.
Correct. Okay. That we distributed those maps to the board members per their request yesterday. I am not aware of it having been published on the county website.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like we have Member Covert, Member Ozog, and Member Tornatori.
Okay, offering comment on this second, okay, whatever, we've always recognized members. So let's start with Member Covert, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a procedural question. Is this allowed under the rules and under procedural rules? I thought, my understanding was that if we amend, we make a motion to amend and it fails, then it's done. We don't have 3 tries. I just want to see the rules.
Yeah, this is uncharted territory, and I'm very uncomfortable as a presiding officer here, and I want to make a record to that effect. So I never saw 3 amendments printed, distributed, noticed up on the agenda. So I'm a little uncomfortable. Yeah. So I share your discomfort. So we're looking at a second amendment when I thought there was an underlying resolution that we were here to address. So maybe the state's attorney could try to help us here with a little clarification.
Yes, I think this is an amendment of the existing ordinance. So I don't think it's the same. I mean, everyone has had, we've made amendments.
So this is a separate resolution, Lisa?
No, this is just a modification of the original.
I mean, granted, I know we're doing the best we can given the circumstances, given what's been handed to us, given the work product from the clerk's office. But I am very uncomfortable with this process. So we have amendment number 2 before us right now. Amendment 1 having failed, so now we're considering amendment number 2. So we do have a couple of board members seeking recognition to offer some commentary. Member Tornatore, please.
The amendment has.
Thank you, Member Torrentore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify that this second amendment that we're talking about would incorporate all of the changes that we've been presented with today.
No, I haven't made the second. I haven't moved on this yet.
Okay.
So
as we do these other two, I just want to be sure that it's extremely clear what we're voting on. Thank you.
I'll make it clear when we make the amendment. Okay. So.
Member Tornatore, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too, while not the presiding officer, am uncomfortable with this because we have a noticed resolution that was sent out to us that was properly noticed, like we've done on every other county board member, and that ordinance, it's my understanding, just failed. Now we're attempting to bring forth for the first time a second ordinance, whether you want to call it amendment number 1, 2, or 3, it's another ordinance that essentially says, well, let's have a do-over that has not been properly noticed regarding legislation, because it will be an ordinance that has not been sent out and not been noticed. I don't know how we can do this, even if we agree that we want to do this. Perhaps someone can tell me how, unless we do a motion to reconsider and then bring it back to where it's supposed to be and make the amendment like I suggested about a half hour ago before we take a vote so that we know what we're voting on. Right now, it just appears that we're voting on an ordinance that has not been properly noticed.
If I can, the distinction is that the ordinance wasn't the ordinance that failed, it was the amendment to the ordinance, and we're making now a new amendment to the
But it was never noticed, it was never published on the agenda as amendments. I got a little problem with that. Member Schwarzy seeking recognition.
No comments at this time.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Member Chaplin?
Thank you. Just for clarification, the ordinance on today's agenda was for the board to establish a map, but there was no specific map included in this ordinance. So we had.
So then I think it's deficient right on its face.
So we had to then amend the ordinance to, maybe adopt the clerk's map, maybe adopt a combination map, maybe adopt, one of 3. So that's my understanding. So that's why, I would like to make a second amendment to it. But there was no specific map proposed
As the
today.
presiding officer here, I would argue that notice was deficient, that we should have had a map included in the resolution for the public to view, to be given adequate time, notice. There's constitutional requirements here of due process. I'm extremely uncomfortable with the direction that we're in, the path that we're taking here.
Move to adjourn.
No,
We took a vote on the resolution as it was published. It went down. Now you're bringing something new and different that's not been on our agenda, hasn't been published, hasn't been notified. The public hasn't been given an opportunity to respond. All of it feels wrong to me.
Just looking at the agenda, just a second.
Lisa Smith did you want to make comment or not yet? Lisa?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Lisa's back approaching the podium.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the agenda now, and the agenda does give the appropriate notice of the ordinance that's going to be considered. and it is within the board's purview to amend the ordinance here on the floor. The notice has been given per the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, boilerplate language. Well, all right, well, thank you. I guess I would defer if there is anyone that would, okay, so fine. Let's take up this so-called amendment. Let the record reflect that there has been some serious objection to the process, where we have some serious concerns about notification of the public and the fact that, all of this process is the result of activities and conduct that is not our own. This is something that's been handed to us, and we are trying our level best to be responsible and fulfill our duties here, but it's extremely difficult because of the way that the process has gotten to this point. So with that, Member Chaplin, do you wish to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Cronin. I appreciate that. So I move to amend paragraph 14 of the ordinance to read, whereas the precinct maps proposed in exhibits 1 through 9 as presented on the county board floor on January 14th and incorporated into this ordinance exhibit 1, modified 3, Addison Township, exhibit 2, modified 3, Bloomingdale Township, exhibit 3, modified 2, Downers Grove Township, exhibit 4, modified 3, Lyle Township, exhibit 5, modified 3, Milton Township, exhibit 6, modified 3, Naperville Township, exhibit 7, version 1, Wayne Township, exhibit 8, version 1, Winfield Township, exhibit 9, modified 2, York Township. Establish new precincts as shown on maps.
And again, just for the record, this has not been published. There has been no prior hearing. There's been no opportunity for witnesses to participate, but we're considering it nonetheless right here. Is that your position, Member Chaplin, that you want to move forward?
Yes, please. All right, I just need a second. If somebody doesn't want to second it, that's fine. But
Is there a second?
There is, yeah.
Member Garcia. Okay. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Just quick question,
Yes, sir.
clarification. What are we voting on now?
so this is, if I can, this is the modified map that has the changes proposed by the township political parties with that conforms to the requirements. So
These are the
That
ones that are
that was
only-
published
only
last
conforming.
night,
Only
I'm told,
conforming,
like
yes,
at
only
what time of the
conforming.
night?
Only conforming, yes.
When was this map, when was it finalized, and when was it published, as far as you know, Member Chaplin?
I think
Procedurally.
8:30 or 9 o'clock last night.
Okay. Not much of a chance for people to respond to it, is there?
Like Springfield.
Yeah. Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll. I can't hear you.
Here, I think his microphone's giving him a problem.
There we go. Chaplin,
Yes.
Chavez. Covert,
No.
Desart,
Yes.
DeCiani,
No.
Eckhoff,
No.
Garcia,
Yes.
Hart, Krajewski, LaPlante, Ozog, Pachowski,
No.
Renahan, Rutledge,
No.
Schwarzy, Selman, Tornatori,
No.
and Zay.
No.
6 voting aye, 10 voting no.
Okay, the amendment, as it's called, fails. Member Chaplin.
Thank you, Chairman Cronin. I would like to move to amend paragraph 14 of the ordinance to read, whereas the precinct maps proposed in exhibits 1 through 9 as presented on the county board floor on January 14th, 2022, and incorporated into this ordinance Exhibit 1, Modified to Addison Township, Exhibit 2, Modified to Bloomingdale Township, Exhibit 3, Modified to Downers Grove Township, Exhibit 4, Modified to Lyle Township, Exhibit 5, Modified to Milton Township, Exhibit 6, Modified to Naperville Township, Exhibit 7, Modified to Wayne Township, Exhibit 8, Modified to Winfield Township, and Exhibit 9, Modified to York Township, established new precincts as shown on maps.
Okay, for the record, procedurally here, a question from the presiding officer. When was this map, those changes that you just described, when was that developed? When was it finalized? And was it made public and to give people an opportunity to be heard? When was this option 3 developed or finalized, as far as you know, Member Chaplin?
It was, well, I don't know when it was developed, but I received it, I think, in my email somewhere between 8:30 and 9 o'clock last night. I don't know when it was developed, though. So
okay, so is it fair to say there has not been an opportunity for the public to weigh in on this? Is that correct?
No, there hasn't been an
has there been a hearing?
No, but I would like to stress the fact that
here we're at final passage right now. There's been, okay.
Yeah, if I could please proceed, I would like to stress the fact that these changes were requested by members of this board with their township chairs to make these maps today. And our election staff, from what I understand, was working all day and into the evening.
Oh, that's great, but we have a responsibility to the public. Remember that?
We do have a responsibility, and we do have a legally conforming map that was proposed on Tuesday. But anyways, people weren't happy with that, so we're doing the best we can to be in compliance with the law.
Our assistant state's attorney would like to make a comment. Are you okay?
I just ask that the chair not interrupt the member while she speaks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So if I may continue. The maps that we have in front of us today were the work, we instructed our people here to go back with their township chairs, work on maps, and we knew there wasn't going to be time, but let's be not fooling ourselves. We knew there wasn't going to be time to have the public review them, but as long as our township chairs with their precinct committeemen were happy with the changes, because that's all that everybody was worried about were the precinct committeemen, we've done that. We're trying to get a map passed, for our constituents. So, personally on this one, I'm going to be voting no because it's not compliant. But, I want everybody to get a chance because this was the work of our election division. This was the work of our PCs. We heard how Naperville Township and Lyle Township, or Naperville chairs and Lyle Township chairs all worked together with the Republicans to bring these changes forward. And now we're not voting on any map. What a waste of everybody's time. But anyways, so this is where we're at right now. So I'm trying to do the best that I can with what I have in front of me here. I'm trying to get a map passed to comply with the law. So, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't know what anybody else is trying to do, but those are my comments. So thank you, Chairman.
Member Ozog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to clarify that if we published this map for our meeting on Tuesday, this map has been duly published and has followed the requirements that we need to follow to notify the public. Now, have we ever on this floor had a motion that got an amendment and was said amendment advertised? We are able to make amendments, and is my understanding. And that's what this is, to a map that was published in a proper fashion last week, voted on Friday. We are now, due to the very specific and unusual nature of this, trying to work with the townships, with both political parties, and try to come up with something that meets the law that was signed into law November 23rd. Thank you.
Member Tornatore.
I wholeheartedly agree with Member Ozog if we would not have voted no on the original ordinance the first time. We have amended ordinances on this floor before we voted them down. What we did this morning is vote no on the ordinance that had been published and submitted, and now we're doing a do-over. Call it what you will. This is a new piece of legislation being brought forth without any notice, and it's being created, not amended, it's being created on the board floor without any notice. So had we made these amendments prior to the original vote, I completely would agree with Member Ozak, but we voted the first one down. And I think, quite frankly, once that was done, the rest of this is an exercise in futility. But I'm here.
Yeah, just for the record, as a presiding officer, I too take the position that the original resolution failed, and now we're attempting to amend a failed resolution. It just doesn't make sense to me at all, but I am here to try to accommodate the will of the sponsors and the majority. Member Chaplin.
Thank you, Chairman. I am getting, the state's attorney is saying we are totally in compliance with all of the open meeting rights requirements. We did not vote down the ordinance and then amend it. So Lisa, please, thank you.
If I can just, I'm looking at the motion, the first motion that was read, and it was a motion to amend the precinct ordinance, and Member Chaplin moved to amend paragraph 14, and then she continued, and I'm not going to read it again verbatim, but she did move to amend the ordinance before that vote was taken.
Right. The original resolution that's on the agenda today was never voted on. It was motioned up, it was seconded, it was discussed, and at that time, it was a motion to amend by Member Chaplin. That was the first item that was...
That's what the transcript says, Nick?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is all completely proper stuff.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. It just doesn't feel like good government to me, I'll tell you that much. Member Chaplin.
Oh, no, and I was going to say that during our map redistricting, we made amendments to the map on the floor with no notice to the public, I believe. So, so I don't get the double standard here. Again, I'm not understanding.
Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, hands I see up, I see Member Covert, Member Chavez, and Member Zay.
Okay, Member Covert, followed by Member Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely understand Member Chaplin's frustration. I understand. I don't think we're arguing about how hard people work. I'm referring to her previous comment, how hard people work, because people did. The clerk's office worked hard. Everybody worked hard, the townships and all that. It's not about, passing something in a rush just because somebody worked hard. We need a good product in front of us. Not once have I heard, a quotation, Robert's rules on the procedure that we have done. We've taken 3 amendments already, unprecedented. I haven't heard anything about Robert's rules or the rules procedurally regarding this. And then also, you can't throw 3 amendments and see what sticks. This is becoming ridiculous. And if I'm sorry to say this, Member Chaplin, but if we had known about this before instead of the 11th hour, we could have had more time, and you wouldn't be in this position right now all frustrated trying to pass these amendments. I think we could have gotten the job done if we had more time. But you can't do this at the 11th hour. This is why it's not working, and people are losing confidence. Thank you.
Member Chaplin, you've made a motion, and it was seconded by Member Ozog. I know Member Chavez is seeking recognition. Was there anybody else after Member Chavez?
And then Member Zay.
Yes, my electronic hand has been up too, Chairman.
Okay, sorry about that. Member Chavez, followed by Member Desart, followed by Member Zay.
So I don't know when the proper time to do this is, but I have an amendment to, I guess, the amendment, which is just the typographical error that I passed out to everyone today, which is to amend the typographical error that puts precinct number 69, it's currently labeled as both 69 and 13 in Lyle Precinct, or in Lyle Township, just to move the 13 to the properly unlabeled precinct.
Do you need a second on that then, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, is that okay, yes. Is there a second?
Or
for members?
Is it more effective if Member Chaplin incorporates it into her third amendment, or do you not want to? Okay.
I don't know.
All right, never mind.
This is getting to be kind of goofy. Getting to be, it's been. So look at, so Member Chavez, let me make sure I understand for clarification purposes. Are you proposing to amend Member Chaplin's amendment right now?
I'm not quite sure. I want to correct a typographical error on the map where precinct 69
Okay, but that would require an amendment. I mean,
Okay.
so, or if it's a Scrivener's error, I mean, I suppose we could consider it that. I don't know how to characterize what it is you're seeking to correct.
Okay, an amendment to an amendment
It
to
would be an
correct
amendment
the Scrivener's
to
error.
Member Chaplin's original amendment.
Okay.
You have to do the amendment to the amendment first.
Why don't we, okay, so, we have an amendment on the floor. We're seeking to amend the amendment so that we're taking on a new amendment, correct? So I don't know, help me out here. So why don't we, my comfort level would be that we address the amendment number 3 that is being called an amendment. Let's address that, and then if there's a 4th amendment with Member Chavez's suggestions, then I would feel more comfortable going in that fashion.
So, in order to do this properly, we need to make sure that the underlying amendment that's being considered is written correctly. So first, we have to determine whether we want to correct the Scrivener's error to ensure that's the case. We need to amend Member Chaplin's amendment to correct the Scrivener's error, or at least vote whether or not to do so. Once that vote has concluded, we can then consider the underlying.
Okay, so Member Chavez, why don't you describe for us, the board members, again, what it is that you're seeking to correct in Member Chaplin's amendment?
So specific to Lyle Township's maps, there is a Scrivener's error that has labeled precinct 69 concurrently with a label that also has 13. Precinct 13 is currently missing the label of 13. So that Scrivener's error just needs to move 13 to its open precinct.
That sounds like a Scrivener's error to me. So can we do this, Nick, State's Attorney, Mr. State's Attorney, can we do this by a voice vote with this Scrivener's error?
Correct.
Okay, so Member Chavez has moved, seconded by Member Selman, to correct a Scrivener's error in the amendment that's before us, being proposed by Member Chaplin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those nay. The ayes have it. The amendment number 3 being proposed by Member Chaplin has now been amended. So with Member Chavez's suggestion. With that, is there discussion on this proposal number 3 with as amended? The amendment as amended.
Member Tornatore.
My hand is still up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm
Chairman?
sorry. Remember to start. There you are. Forgive me.
Thank you. Just for clarification, thank you, Chairman. I realized option number 1 was legally compliant. Option number 2 was legally compliant. My question for clarification, I believe I'm understanding that option number 3 is not legally compliant. Is that correct?
Who are you posing that question to?
One of the number of attorneys in the room.
Okay, Lisa Smith, would you be kind enough to try to respond to Member Desart?
Yes, it's my understanding that option 3 as amended that's being proposed is not legally conforming.
And why is that? Would you be kind enough to offer for a record? Okay, why would that be?
I'll answer that question again. That was by the same legal standard that our staff assessed the proposed changes and found several of the changes in this map to not conform to the guidelines that they had been given.
Excellent. Thank you both very much.
And then, Mr. Chairman, Member Schwarzy was seeking recognition.
Okay, Member Schwarzy, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. And I just wanted to clarify, if we don't pass any map today, we're kind of falling into that same not legally compliant, correct? To the state's attorney, I guess?
Correct. Should you fail to pass this third amendment and no additional amendment is submitted, it would then turn to the original motion, at which point, because the board has no prospective map, I think the board would be forced to vote down the original resolution as well.
Okay, Member Zay.
Mr. Chairman, you keep skipping me. I don't think you, it's a
I keep
bias
thinking
on
that
me.
you're going to come in last, but people keep
biased
interrupting, so forgive me.
bias.
I'm sorry.
You know, again, we have options here, and saying this is what the parties wanted. The parties wanted more of a process than 24 hours to try to get a little bit of whatever they can get off a map that they got to see literally, you know, on Tuesday or on Thursday, whenever we got it. Again, is this, we're putting a gun to our head and saying, well, I guess it's something? I mean, you have a choice here. I mean, do we go with 20 non-conforming, non-legal precincts, or we go with hundreds on the old map? Again, I would think we would, you know, this process has been bad from the beginning. Again, saying this is what the parties wanted. No, the parties wanted more of a say. They tried to make the best of it, what they could, on a very short notice to try to get this done by Friday. So, thank you.
If I may to close.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Member Tornatore has a question before Member
I'm sorry, Member Tornatore, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If, and I, perhaps I was asleep, but if Member Chaplin's original motion was not the motion that was noticed up, but was a motion with an amendment, as has been stated by one of our state's attorneys, and that motion as amended was voted down, that does not change my position that any subsequent motions are a do-over. I don't understand how a motion with an amendment, we've been doing this for a long time, how a motion with or without an amendment that is voted down can then be brought back with, in a completely different form, because we're looking at changes in this map, without any notice, and we're expected under Robert's Rules of Order or our county board rules to be able to vote on it. And secondly, even if by some quirk in Robert's rules we could do this, it still hasn't been vetted by us with our notice requirements. So from a process standpoint, I can't possibly vote yes on something which in its original form, whether amended or not, was voted no. And I'm done.
Oh, and again, I'm sorry, but I feel duty-bound and obligated as the presiding officer to put this on the record. We have gone, during my entire term of service, I have gone to great lengths to make sure that we always dutifully publish an agenda 14 days in advance. When something as critically important as boundary lines on a map, which just feeds into the whole cynicism of the public about how these things are done in the back room. I mean, I can't tell you how offensive I find this whole process. I'm bound to conduct this meeting because it's the will of the majority here, but it doesn't mean that we have to do what we think we're told to do. We've been fed something here today that has put us all in an extremely uncomfortable position, and I want to make sure that the record is replete with my objections to the process here. So with that, you know, you're presenting an amendment to what we believe a resolution that's already been voted down. I understand what we're trying to do, shoehorn something to comply, to make sure, but in any event, knowing that, please, Member Chaplin, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. And to close, on Tuesday, our wise friend and fellow member, Member Tornatore, said it would be a fool's errand to try to redraw these maps and vote on them on Friday. And yes, it was a fool's errand because we're not going to come to any consensus, and we probably knew it. So let's take this last vote on this amendment and be done with it. We did our due diligence. We held the meeting like everybody wanted, and let's just close and have a vote.
Right. I believe we have a motion on the amendment, but we need a second. Is that right, Mr. Deputy Clerk? Or do you have one?
I believe Member Ozog seconded the motion to amend.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Chaplin.
No.
Chavez.
No.
Covert.
No.
Desart.
No.
DeCiani.
No.
Eckhoff.
No.
Garcia.
No.
Hart. Krajewski. LaPlante. Ozog. Pachalski.
No.
Renahan. Rutledge.
No.
Schwarzy. Selman. Tornatori. And Zay.
Okay, sounds like the measure has failed. I think that concludes our business today. Is there anyone that would seek
Alfonso
recognition here? Nick Kottmeyer, are you going to offer some words of wisdom?
Nick Alfonso is going to offer us some clarification.
For
Mr. Chairman.
clarity, the underlying
Okay.
resolution that was presented.
Clarity in a very muddy climate here.
Excuse me. For clarity, the amendment's not being passed. The underlying resolution is withdrawn.
Well, that's what you're seeking to accomplish here, Counselor?
He's saying that is the effect of the 3 amendments failing, and then it sounds like.
I didn't hear the sponsor utter the words withdrawn, so.
Was there a sponsor to this resolution?
I thought it was Member Chaplin who made the original motion.
As sponsor to this resolution, would you like to withdraw?
Yes, I would like to withdraw. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why are we doing that?
Because I think the counselor wants to keep the issue alive for some reason or other. Our position is that, my position as presiding officer is that the resolution has failed, but there's a little legal constriction going on, so that's fine. Is there anyone else that would like to offer any thought, commentary before I move to the next order of business, which is old business?
Member Covert was seeking recognition.
Member Covert, forgive me, I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I could say this under old business if you want to move on to old business.
No, let's finish up here and let's move on in an orderly fashion as best we can.
No, I just wanted to comment that we've been here since 8 o'clock in the morning, from 8 to 12 on a Friday. And many of us probably had to cancel court dates and meetings or whatever. We sat here for 4 hours, and we didn't even have maps in place to produce to the public. We did not have due diligence. The person who brought this motion up to date and set this special call meeting didn't even do her due diligence, and we just ended up wasting a lot of time only to know that she just ended up voting no. We are responsible to constituents. This is taxpayer money, and this is our time. We need to be respectful and efficient with taxpayer time and money. I'm very disappointed in this meeting, and I hope this doesn't happen again.
Okay, we'll move on to the next order of business entitled Old Business. Anyone else or anyone seeking recognition on the order of old business?
Yes,
I see a hand up in the back row there. Is that Member Tornatori?
Yeah, it could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, followed by Member Chaplin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate Member Chaplin for her due diligence in trying to get this accomplished and appreciate her frustration. I take issue with my friend Member Covert. I've never been more proud of what we did today. We came together and we debated an issue, and whether we didn't like the process, the procedure, or the underlying point to this, we did our job, and that's what we were elected to do. Now, whether we're going to get some pushback from precinct committeemen, Springfield, or anybody else, bring it on. I'm really proud that we were able to do this and do it in a fashion which was not, as some people have said on public comments, snarky or whatever. We did it in the way we're supposed to do it. So congratulations to all of us. And Member Chaplin, I feel your pain. But you know what? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Okay, Member Chaplin, followed by Member Ozog, followed by Member DeCiani.
Yes, and we had to have a special call meeting to address the maps. This was not, we had to do it unless we didn't, it was a consensus of this board to have a special call meeting. I didn't demand you all come here for this. Remember, I worked with all of you. You said what times you were here. You were all eager to come to this meeting this morning. And Member Torrey's right. It is frustrating, but we did our job. We voted on 3 maps. We had the information last night. Member Torrey was right. It was a tough thing to accomplish. So, I think we need to keep that in perspective. And also, again, the clerk's office, with the amount of work that was thrown at them over the last 2 days, to say that you didn't get maps, you got maps. They printed everything and had it in front of us right here. No, granted, it wasn't enough time, but please, let's just stop with this. Thank you.
Member Ozog?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to concur with Member Torrentore's remarks here. Anytime we are called to this board floor is never a waste of time. I am sorry, this is an issue that was forced upon us, and we have had an extremely robust, and I would call it respectful, discussion here today. Every single one of us was elected to represent the people. And today, each of us expressed our own ideas, our own opinions, but this was not a waste of time. And we need to stop attacks on doing county board business as we're supposed to be doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member DeCiani?
Yeah, I just want to thank my colleagues from across the aisle who came together today. I think we showed bipartisanship, we showed frustration. I would like to invite our clerk to participate in our meetings. It would really be nice to have her here, so she can answer a lot of these questions, especially when she's weighing in on lobbying for legislation. I think it's important that we know where she's coming from and she knows where we're coming from. So, again, given her fiduciary duty to our board, she really should be present, at least for these big policy decisions. So I would encourage her to attend our meetings and be here so we can speak directly to her and not through surrogates, et cetera. I think there's a big difference between our state's attorney's office and the clerk's office, which is to really keep the record, and in this case, steer policy for maps, and we need to have her here. So, but I do commend the bipartisanship in showing strength that we do care about our representation, and we want to make sure that we consider the little guy that's not making a dime, that's out there hustling for both sides of the aisle, and it's important, I think, to the people of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
Thank you, Chairman. I consider myself lucky to be here. This is a job that I take very seriously, and so I'm happy to sit here and actually debate this. I'm frustrated we did not get maps approved per the state mandate. That's a frustration I have, but I know not every decision is going to go the way that I want it to, and the way that I think it should go. And but that doesn't mean that I'm going to sit here and be frustrated that I had to be here, because that's the job that we were elected to do. On another hand, I just want to thank the clerk's office, the clerk's staff, who I know, when I was sitting home, they were still here working on the maps. I want to thank the state's attorneys who have answered every question that I have wanted today. So I can't tell you how appreciative of the staff that we have here at the county, and how absolutely helpful they are in terms of getting us the information we need and when we need it. Thank you.
Member Schwarzy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Garcia pretty much said word for word what I was going to say, so please call on me before her next time. But again, the staff and the state's attorney's office, thank you, and then of course the clerk's office, thank you for all your hard work. Thanks for participating in this and being able to answer all our questions. And thank you to everyone on this board. This is how democracy is supposed to work, and I'm very proud to be here today, so thank you.
Member Jim Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, everybody's saying so many good. I want to thank Sam for the delicious donuts. Those were really good.
I didn't get one.
We'll keep one in the freezer for you. And then I just wanted to say just a shout out to my mom. Happy 75th birthday on Sunday. So happy birthday, Mom.
Well, I think that would be new business, but, okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Member Zay. Thank you, everybody, for a robust conversation. We do have the next order of business is entitled New Business. New Business. Does anyone have anything to offer looking forward? I don't see anyone seeking recognition on the order of new business. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, second.
There's been a motion and a second to adjourn this meeting to Tuesday, January 25th at 10 a.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Meeting adjourned.